What's up, guys? Welcome to God of Hogwarts. We've got something special today. What if Harry performed a soul scan at Gringotts and found the soul of Voldemort trapped in his scar? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, The Parasite. The marble floors of Gringotts' wizarding bank gleamed under the light of 1,000 floating candelabras, and Harry Potter, small, skinny, dressed in Dudley's cast-offs that hung off him like a tent, stopped dead in the doorway and stared. Not at the marble. Not at the candelabras. Not even at the enormous crystal chandelier that dominated the ceiling like a frozen explosion of light. He was staring at the goblins. They were everywhere. Behind long counters, weighing gems, scribbling in ledgers, examining coins through jewelers' loops that made one eye grotesquely huge. They were short, shorter than Harry, and Harry was short for 11, with long fingers and sharp teeth and dark, clever eyes that missed absolutely nothing. One of them looked up from a pile of rubies and caught Harry staring. Harry didn't look away. Instead, without really thinking about it, he gave a small nod. The goblin blinked, then returned it, the faintest tilt of his head, before going back to his rubies. Right then, Hagrid said from behind him, his enormous hand landing on Harry's shoulder and nearly buckling his knees. Gringotts. Safest place in the world. Fair anything ya want ter keep safe. 'Cept maybe Hogwarts. Hagrid lumbered past him toward the long counter at the far end, and Harry followed, weaving between goblins carrying stacks of gold bars that looked far too heavy for creatures their size, and yet they carried them like paperweights. Hagrid was fumbling in his coat, that enormous, many-pocketed moleskin coat that seemed to contain half a zoo, and produced a small golden key. "Got Harry Potter's key here," he announced to the goblin at the high counter, his voice booming in the cavernous hall. "And I've got a letter from Professor Dumbledore. It's about the you-know-what in Vault 713. The goblin, ancient, spectacled, with a nose like a blade, took the key and examined it. Then he looked down at Harry, and something shifted in his expression. His eyes narrowed. He leaned forward, peering at Harry with an intensity that felt like being examined under a microscope. "Harry Potter," the goblin said. Not a question. "Yes, sir," Harry said. The goblin's eyebrows rose almost imperceptibly. "Sir." Harry didn't know why he'd said it, it just seemed right. These creatures ran the entire economy of Wizarding Britain. Calling them sir seemed like the bare minimum. The goblin studied him for another long moment, then looked at Hagrid, then back at Harry. He set down the key and the letter. "One moment," he said, and slid off his high stool. He disappeared through a door behind the counter. Hagrid shifted his weight. "Wonder what that's about." Harry wondered too, but he didn't feel worried. Something about Gringotts felt solid and real in a way the rest of the wizarding world hadn't yet. Diagon Alley was amazing, overwhelming, a sugar rush of wonder, but Gringotts felt like it operated on rules that actually made sense. The goblin returned, but he wasn't alone. Behind him came another goblin, slightly younger, with a sharp jawline and eyes like polished obsidian. He wore armor under his suit, Harry could see the glint of chainmail at his collar, and he carried himself like someone who expected the world to get out of his way. "Mr. Potter," the new goblin said. "I am Griphook, Senior Account Manager for the Potter family vaults. I must inform you that, as the last surviving heir of the ancient and noble House of Potter, you are entitled to a full heritage and health scan before accessing your vaults. This is standard procedure for heirs of ancient houses who are visiting Gringotts for the first time." Harry looked at Hagrid. Hagrid shrugged his massive shoulders. "Didn't know about that, but I don't see why not. Dumbledore just said ter take ya to your vault." "What does the scan involve?" Harry asked. Griphook's eyes glittered. "A simple ritual. You place your hand on a runic tablet and it reads your magical signature, your blood heritage, and your physical and magical health. It takes 4 minutes. It is painless. And the results are confidential, shared only with you, as the account holder." "Only with me?" Harry glanced at Hagrid. Griphook understood immediately. Only with you, Mr. Potter. Goblin confidentiality is absolute. We serve our clients, not their escorts. There was something in the way he said it, a careful weight on the word, that made Harry think Griphook was offering him something important. Something he maybe wouldn't get anywhere else. I'd like that, Harry said. Yes. Hagrid frowned. Well, I should probably. You are welcome to wait in our reception hall, Mr. Hagrid, Griphook said smoothly. We have chairs reinforced for larger guests. And complimentary rock cakes. Hagrid's eyes lit up. Rock cakes. And just like that, Harry was following Griphook alone through a side door, down a corridor lined with torches that burned with a pale blue flame, deeper into Gringotts than he suspected most wizards ever went. You called me sir, Griphook said as they walked. Was that wrong? No. It was unusual. Griphook glanced back at him. Most wizards treat goblins as servants. Useful creatures who guard their gold. They don't say sir. They don't nod in greeting. Some don't even learn our names. Harry frowned. That's stupid. Yes, Griphook agreed. It is. They turned a corner and descended a staircase carved directly into the bedrock. The air grew cooler. The walls were raw stone now, etched with symbols Harry didn't recognize, spirals and angles and shapes that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking at them directly. The scan room is ahead, Griphook said. I should tell you, Mr. Potter, this scan was requested before, when your parents were alive. They had arranged for you to receive a full heritage workup on your first birthday. It was never completed, for obvious reasons. Something tightened in Harry's chest. His parents had planned this. They'd thought about his future, made arrangements, set things in motion for a life that was supposed to be normal and safe and full of a family that loved him. Instead, he'd gotten a cupboard. I didn't know that, Harry said quietly. There is a great deal you do not know, Mr. Potter. That, I suspect, is by design. Before Harry could ask what that meant, Griphook pushed open a heavy iron door and led him into a circular chamber. The room was maybe 15 feet across, with a domed ceiling covered in runic inscriptions that glowed faintly silver. In the center sat a stone pedestal about waist height, and on the pedestal rested a flat tablet of dark stone, obsidian, maybe, or something older. Runes covered its surface, concentric circles of them, spiraling inward to a smooth depression in the center that was clearly shaped for a hand. 2 other goblins were already in the room. One was ancient, her face a web of deep lines, wearing robes covered in so many runic symbols they seemed to be made of language itself. The other was broad and muscular, standing by the door with one hand resting on the pommel of a short sword. Mr. Potter, Griphook said, this is Healer Nagnok, our senior diagnostician. And Warclaw, who is here for security. Security against what? Harry asked. Hopefully nothing, Nagnok said. Her voice was like gravel in a tin cup. Place your hand on the tablet, young one. Palm down, fingers spread. Harry crossed to the pedestal. The obsidian tablet was cool under his fingers, almost cold, and perfectly smooth. The moment his palm settled into the depression, the runes on the tablet flared white. Then the ones on the ceiling answered. Silver light cascaded down from the dome like liquid, washing over Harry, through Harry, and he gasped, not from pain but from the sheer strangeness of it. It felt like someone was reading him. Not his thoughts, not his memories, but something deeper, the fundamental architecture of what he was. His blood, his bones, his magic. A scroll of parchment on a side table began writing itself. Line after line in sharp goblin script, filling fast. Nagnok watched the scroll with professional detachment that slowly changed. Her eyes narrowed. Then widened. Her mouth pressed into a thin, hard line. She said something in gobbledygook, sharp and fast, and Griphook went rigid. Warclaw's hand tightened on his sword. What? Harry said. What is it? Do not remove your hand, Nagnock said, and her voice had changed completely. The casual authority was gone. She sounded the way a doctor sounds when they find something on an X-ray that shouldn't be there. The scan is not complete. The runes on the ceiling were cycling faster now, silver giving way to gold giving way to a deep, angry red. Harry felt the tablet vibrate under his palm. The air in the chamber was changing, a pressure building, like the moment before a thunderstorm. More gobbledygook. Griphook was at the scroll now, reading it, and Harry watched the color drain from his face. Goblins, it turned out, could go pale. They went gray, like ash. Mr. Potter, Griphook said, and his voice was very controlled. I need to ask you a question, and I need you to answer it honestly. Okay. Your scar. The one on your forehead. Has it ever hurt? Burned? Caused headaches, nightmares, or episodes of rage that felt foreign to you? Harry's hand instinctively twitched toward his forehead, but he kept his palm flat on the tablet. The headaches, yes. Sometimes it hurts when I don't know, it comes and goes. Why? Griphook and Nagnock exchanged a look that contained an entire conversation. Finish the scan, Griphook said to Nagnock. I intend to. She placed both her gnarled hands on the edge of the tablet and began chanting in gobbledygook, low, rhythmic, ancient. The red light deepened to black at the edges. Harry felt something inside him recoil, not his own reaction, but something else, something that lived in the space behind his scar, something that flinched from the probing magic like a slug from salt. The scroll was writing faster now. Nagnock's chanting grew louder. And then, abruptly, the light cut out. The chamber plunged into darkness for one heartbeat, two, before the torches on the walls reignited with a sullen orange glow. Nagnock lifted her hands from the tablet. It is done. She turned to Griphook. Get the director. Griphook was already moving. Harry pulled his hand off the tablet. His palm tingled like he'd been holding a live wire. Someone needs to tell me what's going on. Nagnock looked at him, and for the first time, something that might have been pity crossed her ancient face. Sit down, young one. On the floor if you must. What I am about to tell you will be difficult. Harry didn't sit. He stayed standing, feet planted, jaw set. Something told him he needed to hear this on his feet. Your scan revealed numerous things, Nagnock said. Your heritage is confirmed, you are the sole surviving heir of House Potter, through your father James Charles Potter. Your mother's line is also notable, but that is a discussion for another time. She paused. Your magical core is extraordinary. Unusually large, even for a Potter. But it is operating at roughly 30% capacity. 30%? Why? Because something is feeding on it. Nagnock picked up the scroll and held it where Harry could see it, even though it was written in gobbledygook. She pointed to a section near the bottom where the writing was in red ink. There is a foreign soul fragment embedded in your scar. It has been there since you were 15 months old. It is parasitic. It feeds on your magical energy, suppresses your cognitive development, dampens your emotional regulation, and, if left unchecked, will eventually consume enough of your magic to create a bridge through which the originating soul can influence or possess you. The chamber was very quiet. Harry stood there, 11 years old, in clothes that didn't fit, in a world he'd known about for approximately 4 hours, and processed the fact that there was a piece of someone else's soul living in his head. Whose soul? He asked, because he already knew the answer but he needed to hear it. The magical signature matches the darkest wizard of the modern age, Nagnock said flatly. The one who killed your parents. The one who gave you that scar. Voldemort. Warclaw flinched at the name. Nagnock did not. Yes, she said. Harry reached up and touched his scar. It was just a scar. Thin, lightning-shaped, slightly raised. He'd had it his whole life. He'd thought it was just a mark, a souvenir of the curse that killed his parents and somehow bounced back. It wasn't a souvenir. It was a cage. And something was living in it. "Can you get it out?" Harry asked. Nagnock studied him. Whatever she'd expected his reaction to be, tears, maybe, or panic, or denial, this wasn't it. "It is possible. Goblin soul magic is older and more refined than anything wizards practice. We have rituals for the removal of parasitic entities. But I will not lie to you, Mr. Potter. The procedure is painful. The fragment has been embedded for nearly 10 years. It has roots in your magical core. Removing it will be like removing a tumor, necessary, but violent. Is there a risk? There is always a risk. The fragment may resist. Your body may react to the sudden influx of unshackled magic. And there is a small chance, small, but real, that the extraction could damage your core permanently." She paused. "However, if you do not remove it, it will continue to grow. Continue to feed. Continue to suppress who you truly are. And one day, the wizard it belongs to will use it against you." Harry didn't hesitate. Not for 1 second. "Get it out. Mr. Potter, get it out of me. Now. Today. I don't care if it hurts. I don't care about the risk. There is a piece of the man who murdered my parents living in my head and I want it gone." His voice didn't shake. His eyes didn't water. He was 11 and he was standing in the belly of a goblin bank and he was making the first real decision of his life and it was the easiest decision he'd ever made. The iron door opened and Griphook returned, accompanied by a goblin who could only be the director. He was old, possibly the oldest living thing Harry had ever seen, with a white beard that fell to his waist and eyes like chips of diamond. He wore armor openly, fine black steel etched with gold, and a crown of iron sat on his brow. When he entered, every goblin in the room, Griphook, Nagnock, even Warclaw, bowed their heads. "Director Ragnock," Griphook said. "This is Harry Potter." Ragnock looked at Harry. His gaze was not gentle, not kind, not warm. It was appraising. The look of a general sizing up a soldier, or a smith examining raw ore. "I have read the preliminary report," Ragnock said. His voice was deep for a goblin, resonant, commanding. "A soul fragment. In a child." "Yes, Director." Ragnock's expression twisted with disgust so pure it was almost beautiful. "Horcrux magic," he said, spitting the word like poison. "An abomination. A violation of the deepest natural laws. That a wizard would tear his own soul, that a piece of that torn soul would lodge itself in a living child." He stopped. Breathed. Composed himself with visible effort. "Mr. Potter. You wish it removed?" "Yes. You understand the pain. I've lived with the Dursleys for 10 years. I know what pain feels like." That landed like a slap. Ragnock's diamond eyes sharpened. He looked at Griphook, who shook his head slightly, later. "Very well," Ragnock said. "Nagnock, prepare the extraction chamber. Full ritual array. I want 6 healers, 2 ward breakers, and a containment team. And send word to the forges, I want a soul-binding crucible ready. We will not merely extract this filth. We will destroy it." Nagnock was already moving, rattling off orders in gobbledygook to Warclaw, who took off at a dead run. "Mr. Potter," Ragnock said, fixing Harry with those ancient, hard eyes. "What is about to happen will be the most painful experience of your young life. I will not diminish that with false comfort. But I will tell you this, you will walk out of this bank free. Whatever was done to you, whatever cage was built inside your own mind, we will break it. You have the word of the Goblin Nation." Harry met his gaze. "Thank you, Director." Something flickered across Ragnock's face. Not quite a smile, more like the recognition of something unexpected. Griphook tells me you called a goblin, sir, within 30 seconds of entering this bank. I did. Curious. Ragnarok turned toward the door. Come, Mr. Potter. Let us go to war against the dark. They led him deeper, down corridors that were no longer corridors but tunnels carved through living rock, past vaults with doors 10 feet thick, past underground rivers that glowed with bioluminescent moss, past chambers where the sound of hammering rang out like a heartbeat. The goblin kingdom beneath Gringotts was vast, and Harry understood, walking through it, that the bank above was just the lobby. Just the part they let wizards see. The extraction chamber was enormous. A natural cavern, 50 feet across, with stalactites hanging from a ceiling lost in shadow. The floor had been carved flat and covered in an intricate pattern of runes, not just circles, but interlocking geometric shapes that hurt to look at directly, as if the eye wasn't meant to process what they described. In the center of the pattern sat a stone chair. It looked ancient. It looked like it had been carved at the same time as the mountain itself. Goblin healers filed in, 6 of them, each carrying staffs topped with crystals of different colors. 2 goblins in heavy leather aprons followed, carrying tools Harry didn't recognize but that radiated magic so intensely the air around them shimmered. The ward breakers, he assumed. Sit, Nagnok instructed, gesturing to the stone chair. Harry sat. The stone was cold through Dudley's thin hand-me-down trousers. The runes on the floor began to glow the moment he settled, faint at first, then building, responding to his presence. Nagnok approached with a small silver blade. I need 3 drops of your blood on the central rune. This anchors the ritual to you, ensures we extract the foreign soul, not pieces of your own. Harry held out his hand without being asked. The cut was quick, precise, barely a sting. 3 drops of blood fell onto the rune directly beneath the chair. Where they landed, the carved lines blazed crimson and the entire runic array activated, light racing outward from the center like a shockwave, filling every groove and channel cut into the stone floor until the whole chamber pulsed with it. The 6 healers took positions around the circumference, evenly spaced. They began chanting in gobbledygook, a different cadence than Nagnok's earlier work, older, rougher, more primal. It sounded like the language of the earth itself. Ragnarok stood by the entrance, arms folded across his armored chest. Griphook stood beside him, holding the diagnostic scroll. Nagnok placed her hand on Harry's forehead, directly over the scar. Her fingers were cool and surprisingly gentle. When it begins, she said quietly, so only he could hear, the fragment will fight. It knows what we are doing. It will try to cause pain, to make you lose consciousness, to frighten you into stopping the ritual. Do not stop. No matter what you see, hear, or feel. Do you understand? I understand. Brave boy, she murmured, and Harry wasn't sure if she meant it as a compliment or a diagnosis. She stepped back, raised her staff, and spoke a single word in gobbledygook that rang through the cavern like a bell. The world went white. Pain, but not like any pain Harry had ever experienced. Not the sharp pain of Dudley's fists, or the dull ache of going hungry, or the sting of Aunt Petunia's swinging hand. This was deeper. This was inside him, in places he didn't have names for. It was the pain of something being unwoven from the fabric of his being, pulled out thread by thread from a tapestry it had spent a decade growing into. He screamed. He wasn't ashamed of it. It was the kind of pain that demanded a voice. Black smoke poured from his scar, thick, oily, stinking of rot and copper and something sulphurous. It twisted in the air above his head like a living thing, coiling and writhing, and Harry could hear it. Not with his ears. In his mind. No, mine, I will not, the boy is mine, the voice was high, cold, and utterly alien. It was rage distilled to its purest form. It was the voice of someone who considered the entire world their possession and could not comprehend the concept of losing. Hold him! Nagnok shouted, and the healers' chanting intensified. The runes on the floor blazed brighter, chains of light erupting upward from the geometric patterns, wrapping around the black smoke, pulling it away from Harry, containing it. The smoke fought. It lashed out, tendrils of dark magic striking at the chains of light, at the healers, at the walls. One tendril shot toward Ragnarok and shattered against a shield he raised with a casual flick of his wrist. Another struck Warclaw, who slashed it apart with his blade without blinking. Harry gripped the arms of the stone chair so hard his knuckles went white. The pain was incredible, a roaring, tearing sensation in the center of his skull, like something with claws was being ripped out of the meat of his brain. His vision flickered. Darkness at the edges. The voice screamed and screamed and screamed. You cannot, I am Lord Voldemort, I am immortal, you cannot destroy what cannot die, watch us, Harry snarled through gritted teeth, blood streaming from his scar, his eyes blazing. Not green anymore. Something brighter. Something incandescent. The healers pulled. The ward breakers joined in, their tools, silver tongs, runic pincers, reaching into the mass of dark smoke and finding the last roots, the deepest connections, the threads that had wound themselves around Harry's magical core like a strangling vine. They cut. They severed. They burned. The last root snapped. The black smoke coalesced into a screaming, writhing mass above the chair, a face, almost, twisted and inhuman, mouth open in a shriek of fury and agony. Voldemort's face, or what was left of it. A fragment. A fraction. But aware, and hateful. Nagnok brought her staff down like a judge's gavel. The containment runes activated, a sphere of golden light encased the smoke, compressed it, crushed it smaller and smaller until it was a marble-sized ball of darkness suspended in a cage of light. The Crucible. Ragnarok commanded. One of the ward breakers rushed forward with a vessel, a small cauldron of black iron, covered in runes, radiating heat. Nagnok guided the containment sphere into the crucible. The moment the dark marble touched the iron, it shrieked, a sound that existed only partially in the audible spectrum, the rest of it felt in the teeth, in the bones, in the deepest part of the gut. The ward breaker sealed the lid. The runes on the crucible flared white-hot, then slowly cooled. Silence. Harry sat in the stone chair, breathing hard, drenched in sweat. Blood had dried in a line down the left side of his face from his scar. His hands were shaking. But his head was clear. Clear in a way it had never been in his entire life. It was like he'd been hearing the world through a wall of cotton wool for 11 years and someone had just ripped it away. Everything was sharper, the light, the sounds, the feel of stone under his hands. The low hum of magic in the air that he'd been vaguely aware of since entering Diagon Alley was now a symphony, rich and layered and alive. And his magic. God, his magic. It was awake. Truly awake, for the first time, uncoiling in his chest like a dragon stretching after a decade of sleep. He could feel it in his fingertips, in his blood, in the air around him. It wanted to move, to act, to be. 30% capacity, Nagnok had said. He'd been running on 30%. This was what 100 felt like. Mr. Potter. Nagnok was in front of him, staff planted, eyes sharp. Can you hear me? What is your name? Harry James Potter, he said, and even his voice sounded different to his own ears. Clearer. Steadier. How many fingers am I holding up? 3. And you've got a ring on the middle one with a ruby the size of a marble. Nagnok's eyes narrowed. You can see that from there. Harry looked down at his hands. Motes of light were drifting off his skin like sparks from a campfire, tiny, golden, fading as they rose. His magic, bleeding off the excess, finding equilibrium. I can see everything, he said. Ragnarok approached the chair. He looked at Harry the way one might look at a sword that had just been drawn from a fire, with respect, and a healthy caution. The fragment is contained, he said. It will be destroyed within the hour. Fiend fire, contained within goblin-forged iron. Nothing survives that. He paused. How do you feel? Harry thought about it. Really thought. Angry, he said honestly. Not at you. At whoever put that thing in me and then left me to rot with it. For 10 years. In a cupboard. A cupboard, Ragnarok repeated. Under the stairs. That's where I lived. That's where they put me, the people I was left with. The Dursleys. Harry looked up at the director, and his eyes were dry and hard and very green. I was supposed to go somewhere else, wasn't I? My parents had a will. Ragnarok's expression went dangerously still. Griphook. The Potter file. Griphook was already opening a leather folio he must have retrieved while Harry was in the chair. He produced a sheaf of parchment and handed it to Ragnarok, who scanned it rapidly. James and Lily Potter's last will and testament, Ragnarok read aloud, filed with Gringotts on September 3, 1981. In the event of their deaths, custody of Harry James Potter was to pass, in order of priority, to Sirius Orion Black, Alice and Frank Longbottom, Minerva McGonagall, or Amelia Bones. Under no circumstances was Harry to be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley. Ragnarok looked up from the parchment. The will is clear. The will was filed. The will was never executed. Why not? Because it was sealed by order of the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, Griphook said quietly. 3 days after your parents died. The same man who placed you with the Dursleys. And who is the chief warlock? A beat of silence. Albus Dumbledore, Griphook said. Harry sat very still. The golden sparks drifting off his skin flickered, died, then reignited, brighter. The air in the chamber grew heavy, electric, the way it does when lightning is about to strike. Every goblin in the room felt it. Some stepped back. Mr. Potter, Ragnarok said carefully. Harry closed his eyes. Breathed in. Breathed out. The pressure in the air slowly eased. I'm fine, he said. I'm not going to break your cave. He opened his eyes. He sealed my parents' will. He put me with people who hated me. He left a piece of Voldemort's soul in my head for 10 years. And he's the one who sent Hagrid to bring me here today, which means he's the one who controls when I learn what. That would be a reasonable interpretation, Ragnarok said. Did he know about the soul piece? Ragnarok and Griphook exchanged a glance. We cannot say with certainty, Ragnarok said. But Albus Dumbledore is considered the most knowledgeable wizard alive. He is an expert in obscure and dangerous magic. The idea that he would not recognize a Horcrux, that he would not at least suspect, strains belief. Harry absorbed this. He didn't explode. He didn't rage. He filed it away in a mind that was, for the first time, operating without a parasite chewing on its wiring. I want to know everything, Harry said. About my family. About my vaults. About my political standing. About what a Horcrux is, exactly, and whether there are more of them. And about what rights I have as the head of House Potter. You are 11, Griphook pointed out, not unkindly. I am the last Potter. The soul of the darkest wizard in history was eating my brain until 15 minutes ago. And the most powerful wizard in Britain apparently thought that was fine. Harry's jaw was set. I don't have the luxury of being 11. Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. Then he did something none of the other goblins had ever seen him do. He pulled a chair from the side of the chamber, carried it to where Harry sat, placed it opposite him, and sat down. Eye to eye. Mr. Potter. In goblin culture, when one warrior saves another from a great evil, a bond is formed. You walked into this bank a stranger. You walked into this chamber with courage that I have seen in precious few adults, wizard or goblin. You are owed a debt, not by treaty, not by custom, but by what is right. He leaned forward. I am going to tell you everything you want to know. And then I am going to offer you something that has not been offered to a wizard in 200 years. What's that? An alliance. Harry met the ancient goblin's eyes. Tell me everything. Ragnarok began. The Potter family vault, not the trust vault that the key Hagrid carried would open, which contained a few thousand galleons for school expenses, but the family vault, deep in the oldest section of Gringotts, held a fortune that made Harry's head spin. Generations of wealth accumulated by a family that had been prominent in wizarding Britain for over 6 centuries. Gold, properties, investments, artifacts, a library of rare books that Griphook described as, conservatively, the third largest private magical collection in Europe. Harry was, in the bluntest terms, extraordinarily wealthy. But more important than the gold was the political standing. House Potter holds a hereditary seat on the Wizengamot, Griphook explained. It has been vacant since your father's death. It also holds alliance compacts with Houses Longbottom, Bones, and Abbott, agreements of mutual political support that date back generations. As the last Potter, you inherit all of this. You cannot exercise the Wizengamot seat until you come of age at 17, but you can appoint a proxy to vote on your behalf. And who's been handling this since my parents died? No one. Your seat has been empty. Your alliances have been dormant. Your investments have been running on automatic. No one was appointed as your magical guardian with authority over your estate. Dumbledore placed me with the Dursleys. Doesn't that make him he claimed authority over your person, Mr. Potter. He did not file for authority over your estate. Likely because doing so would have required executing your parents' will, which would have revealed that the Dursleys were explicitly excluded as guardians. It was cleaner, from his perspective, to simply seal the will and act unilaterally. Harry's hands clenched on the arms of the chair. What can I do about it? Today. Nothing overt. You are still a minor in the magical world. But, Griphook leaned forward. Knowledge is the sharpest blade in any arsenal. You now know things that Dumbledore does not know you know. That is an advantage you should not waste. I don't intend to. Harry thought for a moment. You mentioned Horcruxes. What exactly are they? And you said, whether there are more of them, can there be more? Ragnarok took this one. A Horcrux is an object in which a dark wizard has concealed a piece of their soul. The process requires the commission of murder, the supreme act of evil, to split the soul, and a ritual to bind the fragment to a vessel. The purpose is immortality. As long as the Horcrux survives, the creator cannot truly die. Voldemort's body was destroyed when he tried to kill me, Harry said slowly. But he's not dead. No. If he created even one Horcrux, his soul would be anchored to the mortal plane. He would exist as a shade, a wraith, diminished but not destroyed. Ragnarok's expression was grim. The fragment we extracted from you was unstable. Accidental, almost certainly, created by the backlash of the killing curse rebounding. But it was real, and it was functional. Which means Voldemort already knew how to make Horcruxes before he came to your house that night. So there are others. Almost certainly. The ritual to create a Horcrux becomes, in a sense, addictive. Each split makes the remaining soul less stable, more prone to further fracture. A wizard who creates one will likely create more. How many, we cannot say. Can you detect them? The way you detected mine. Ragnarok and Nagnok exchanged a look. Our scanning rituals work on living beings and on objects brought within our detection arrays, Nagnok said. We cannot scan the whole of Britain for hidden soul fragments. But if a Horcrux were brought to us, we would know it. Harry nodded, filing this away too. His mind was racing, clear, fast, unfettered. 10 years of fog, burned away in a single ritual, and what lay underneath was sharp. You said you were going to offer me an alliance, Harry said to Ragnarok. I did. The director folded his hands. The Goblin Nation operates independently of wizarding governance. We always have. We do not interfere in wizard affairs, and we expect the same courtesy, though we rarely receive it. But there are moments, rare ones, when our interests align with those of an individual wizard. This is such a moment. Because of Voldemort? Because Voldemort represents a threat to us as well. His ideology of pureblood supremacy extends beyond mere bigotry toward Muggleborns. In his vision, all non-human magical races are subservient. Goblins, centaurs, house elves, werewolves, all of us are less, in his world. We fought in the last war, Mr. Potter, though wizard history books rarely mention it. We lost people. We remember. What would an alliance look like? Education, for a start. Goblin combat magic. Occlumency, the art of shielding your mind from intrusion. Something you will need immediately, given that you are about to enter a school run by a man who is a known practitioner of legilimency. Ragnarok watched the understanding dawn on Harry's face. Yes. Dumbledore reads minds. Casually. Habitually. He considers it his right as a leader. If you walk into Hogwarts with an unshielded mind, everything you learn today will be his within seconds. A cold knot formed in Harry's stomach. Teach me. We will. Not today, you need rest, and your magical core needs time to stabilize after the extraction. But over the coming days, and when you return for holidays, we will train you. And we will manage your estate, your investments, your political relationships, with your input and approval, always, until you are old enough to do so yourself. In exchange for what? Ragnarok smiled. It was a sharp expression on a goblin, all teeth and angles, but it was genuine. In exchange for being what you already are, Mr. Potter. A wizard who calls goblins sir. A wizard who might, if we are fortunate, change the way the magical world treats those it considers lesser. He stood. Also, there is the matter of several goblin-forged artifacts that wizarding families have refused to return for centuries. We would appreciate your political support on that issue when the time comes. Harry almost laughed. Almost. That seems fair. Goblins are always fair, Mr. Potter. It is one of our defining characteristics. This time, Harry did laugh. It felt strange, light and free and entirely his own, without the subtle weight he hadn't known was pressing on his chest every moment of every day for a decade. There's one more thing, Griphook said. Your supply list. For Hogwarts. You still need to purchase your school things. Harry blinked. He'd almost forgotten. In the space of, 2 hours? His entire world had been demolished and rebuilt, and there was still shopping to do. Right, he said. And Hagrid's waiting. Hagrid is on his 4th plate of rock cakes, Griphook said drily. He is not suffering. Ragnarok walked Harry back toward the upper levels personally. As they climbed through the stone corridors, the director spoke quietly. When you get your wand today, you may find the experience different than expected. Your magical core has been fundamentally altered, not damaged, but freed. A wand that might have suited the suppressed Harry Potter may react very differently to the real one. Be prepared. How do I prepare for something I don't understand? You stand there and you do not flinch. As you did in the extraction chamber. Ragnarok stopped at the door that led back to the public areas of the bank. One last piece of counsel, Mr. Potter. Free counsel, from an old goblin to a young wizard. You are about to enter a world that wants to use you. Some will want you as a weapon. Some will want you as a symbol. Some will want you as a martyr. None of them, none, are entitled to any piece of you that you do not choose to give. Harry looked at the director of Gringotts, this ancient warrior king in his iron crown, and felt something settle into place inside him. Not anger, though there was plenty of that. Not grief, though it hovered at the edges. Something more solid. Something foundational. Purpose. Thank you, Director Ragnarok. For everything. Do not thank me yet. Thank me when the war is won. Ragnarok opened the door. Go buy your wand, Mr. Potter. And then go shake the pillars of their world. Harry walked back into the glittering lobby of Gringotts. Hagrid was indeed in a waiting area, surrounded by crumbs and looking content. He lumbered to his feet when he saw Harry. There ya are. Blimey, Harry, yeah, we're gone ages. Everything all right? Everything's fine, Hagrid. Just some paperwork. Harry smiled, and it felt easy, natural. Shall we get my school things? Hagrid squinted at him. Yeah, look, different. Did they do something to your hair? Just a health check. Standard for old families, apparently. Ha. Hagrid scratched his enormous beard. Well. Yeah, look good. Healthier. Got some color in your cheeks fair the first time. They went to the trust vault first. Harry filled a pouch with galleons, sickles, and nuts while Hagrid averted his eyes, mumbling about it being impolite to watch. Then they visited Vault 713, where Hagrid retrieved a grubby little package that Harry now knew contained the Philosopher's Stone and tucked it into his coat with elaborate nonchalance. Harry didn't mention that he knew what it was. He didn't need to show all his cards on the first day. But he noted it, catalogued it, added it to the growing map he was building in his newly clear mind. They spent the next 2 hours working through the supply list. Cauldrons at the apothecary. Scales, telescopes, files. Books at Flourish and Blots, where Harry bought every required text and, using gold from his own pouch, quietly added a dozen extras, including a Clemency, The Mind's Fortress by Artemis Blackwood, A History of Goblin-Wizard Relations by Bathilda Bagshot, and Notable Dark Curses and Their Counterhexes by Quentin Trimble. Hagrid didn't notice the extras. He was too busy eyeing a book called Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit in the window display. Robes at Madame Malkin's, where Harry met a blonde boy with a pointed face who talked at length about Quidditch and blood status. Harry listened politely, said little, and decided that this boy, Draco, he said his name was, had been taught to measure people by their bloodline the way the Dursleys measured them by the size of their car. Both were equally stupid. And then, finally, Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and dusty and filled with thousands of thin boxes stacked floor to ceiling. It smelled of old wood and something electric. Harry felt the magic before he even crossed the threshold, a buzz, a hum, thousands of wands calling out in a chorus that vibrated in his bones. Good afternoon, said a soft voice, and Mr. Ollivander materialized from behind a shelf like a ghost made of tissue paper and moonlight. Pale eyes, wild hair, an intensity that bordered on unnerving. Harry Potter, Ollivander breathed. I've been expecting you. He launched into his familiar patter, your mother's wand, your father's wand, the wand that gave you that scar, very sorry about your parents, and Harry let him talk, watching those pale eyes, noting how they kept drifting to his forehead. Well, let's find you a match, shall we? Ollivander produced a tape measure that began measuring Harry of its own accord while he disappeared into the shelves. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Harry took the wand and immediately knew it was wrong. Not bad, not dangerous, just small. Like being handed a candle when you needed a searchlight. He gave it a wave and a few sparks dribbled out, unenthusiastic. No, no. Here, ebony and unicorn hair. 8.5 inches. Springy. Wrong again. Not even sparks this time. Ollivander's eyes gleamed. He was enjoying this. Tricky customer. Not to worry, the wand chooses the wizard, after all. They went through wand after wand. Maple and phoenix feather. Elm and dragon heartstring. Oak and unicorn hair. Willow and kelpie mane. Each one was wrong, too small, too narrow, unable to contain what Harry's core was pushing through it. Ollivander was pulling boxes faster now, his expression shifting from delight to curiosity to something approaching awe. I wonder, he murmured, half to himself. He disappeared deep into the shelves, past the common stock, into a section Harry could barely see. When he came back, he was holding a single box with reverent hands. "Holly and phoenix feather," he said. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took the wand. The world changed. Not metaphorically. Not dramatically. The world actually, physically changed. A wind erupted from nowhere, swirling through the shop, sending dust motes spiraling upward in golden columns. The lights flickered, died, and were replaced by a warm, deep glow that emanated from the wand itself, from the point of contact between Harry's hand and the holly wood. Sparks cascaded from the tip, but not the feeble sparks of the earlier wands. These were fireworks. Streams of gold and crimson light that shot to the ceiling and burst into showers of falling stars. Every other wand in the shop rattled in its box. Some sang, an actual, audible harmonic that rose and fell like a choir. Ollivander stumbled back a step. His pale eyes were enormous. Harry stood in the center of his own personal hurricane, wand raised, and he felt it, the connection, deep and immediate and total. The wand wasn't just a tool. It was an extension of his arm, his magic, his will. It wanted him. It had been waiting for him. And now that it had found him, the real him, not the suppressed, shackled, 30% version, it was celebrating. The wind died. The light faded. The other wands stopped singing. Harry lowered his arm, and the shop was quiet again, except for the sound of Ollivander breathing. "Oh my," Ollivander whispered. "Oh my, my, my." He was staring at Harry the way an astronomer might stare at a new star. "Mr. Potter, I sold thousands of wands. I remember every one. But I have never, never, seen a wand reaction like that. Not in my career. Not in my father's. Not in any record in my family's history going back to 382 BC. He swallowed. "It is curious, of course, that this wand should choose you. The phoenix who donated the feather in your wand gave just one other feather, and that feather resides in the wand that gave you your scar. I said we could expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. I think I may have underestimated." Harry ran his thumb along the holly wood. It was warm. It hummed against his skin like a purring cat. "How much?" 7 galleons, Ollivander said faintly, still staring. Harry paid. He walked out of the shop with the wand in his hand, not in the box, not in his pocket. In his hand, where it belonged. He could feel it settling into him, learning him, adapting to the contours of his magic like a river finding its course. Hagrid was waiting outside with a large cage containing a beautiful snowy owl. "Happy birthday, Harry," he beamed. "Saw her in the shop while ye were in there. Thought she suited ye." The owl fixed Harry with enormous amber eyes and hooted softly. Harry reached through the bars and stroked her feathers, and she leaned into his touch. "She's perfect," Harry said. "Thank you, Hagrid." They made their way back down Diagon Alley toward the leaky cauldron. The sun was setting, turning the crooked street to gold. Wizards and witches bustled past, shopping, talking, laughing. Normal life. A normal world, if you didn't know what lurked beneath it. Harry knew. He knew there was a piece of Voldemort's soul being destroyed in a goblin forge right now. He knew there were more pieces out there, hidden, keeping a monster tethered to the world. He knew that the most respected wizard in Britain had sealed his parents' will, placed him in an abusive home, and left a soul parasite in his head, whether through ignorance or design, the result was the same. He knew he was powerful. Genuinely, frighteningly powerful, now that the chains were off. He could feel it in every breath, every step, every time the holly wand pulsed warm against his palm. And he knew that in 3 weeks, he was going to walk into Hogwarts, look Albus Dumbledore in the eye, and smile. Because Dumbledore would look at him and see a grateful, ignorant boy, eager to please, easy to guide. And Harry would let him think that, for a while. Just long enough to learn the shape of the game board. Then he was going to flip the board over. Hagrid, Harry said as they stepped through the archway into the leaky cauldron. Yeah, Harry. Tell me about Dumbledore. What's he like? Hagrid's face split into his enormous, warm, trusting grin. Dumbledore? Greatest wizard in the world, Dumbledore is. You'll love him, Harry. Everyone does. Harry smiled. I'm sure I will. In his hand, the holly wand pulsed. In the depths of Gringotts, a crucible of goblin-forged iron burned white-hot, and a fragment of the darkest soul in wizarding history screamed its last. Somewhere in the forests of Albania, a wraith that was not quite alive and not quite dead felt something snap, a thread, severed, and howled into the uncaring darkness. And Harry Potter, 11 years old, newly free, walked out into the London evening with an owl on his shoulder and a war in his future, and he was not afraid. Not even a little. Chapter 2, The Train and the Sorting. The 3 weeks between Diagon Alley and September 1st were the strangest of Harry's life, and given that his life had recently included goblin soul surgery, that was saying something. He went back to the Dursleys. He had to. Not because anyone made him, but because he wasn't ready to show his hand yet. Ragnarok had offered him sanctuary at Gringotts, a suite of rooms in the goblin quarters, warded so heavily that Dumbledore himself couldn't have found him with a decade and a map. Harry had been tempted. God, he'd been tempted. But he'd thought about it with his newly clear mind and decided that disappearing before Hogwarts would raise exactly the kind of alarm he didn't need. So he went back to Privet Drive, to the cupboard under the stairs, to the Dursleys' particular brand of casual cruelty. But it was different now. Everything was different now. For one thing, he could feel his magic. Not as a vague, occasional oddness, the kind of accidental bursts that had plagued his childhood, shrinking sweaters and regrowing hair and teleporting onto school roofs, but as a constant presence. A river running through him, deep and fast and powerful, responding to his emotions, his intentions, even his idle thoughts. When Dudley reached for his glasses at breakfast the first morning back, Harry looked at him, just looked, and Dudley's hand stopped in midair. Not by force. There was no spell, no conscious act of magic. But something in Harry's gaze had shifted, and whatever animal instinct lived in Dudley's hindbrain read it perfectly. Dudley didn't touch him again after that. Neither did Vernon. Petunia watched him sideways, like a woman who'd found a snake in her garden and wasn't sure if it was venomous. Harry spent those 3 weeks reading. He'd smuggled his extra books into the cupboard by shrinking his trunk, a goblin trick grip hook had taught him before he left, a simple compression charm that any magical child could perform with enough raw power, and raw power was one thing Harry was no longer short on. Every night, after the Dursleys went to bed, he'd light the tip of his wand, Lumos, the first spell he'd taught himself, which had come so easily it was almost insulting, and read. A clemency, the mind's fortress was dense, technical, and absolutely critical. The book described the magical art of defending one's mind against external intrusion. Legilimency, mind reading, was apparently uncommon but not rare among powerful witches and wizards, and the book confirmed what Ragnarok had told him, Dumbledore was a known practitioner. So was Snape, the potions professor, according to a footnote that referenced notable modern legilimens. The exercises were meditative. Visualization-based. Harry was supposed to build a mental construct, a wall, a fortress, a labyrinth, whatever resonated with him, and practice retreating behind it, tucking his thoughts and memories away where probing magic couldn't reach them. He practiced every night. The first few attempts were clumsy, frustrating. He could feel the shape of what he was trying to do but couldn't quite hold it. Then, on the 4th night, something clicked. Not a wall. Not a fortress. Something else entirely. He built a room. A simple room, like the cupboard under the stairs, but bigger. And in that room, he placed a door. And behind that door, another room. And another door. And another room. Doors within doors, an infinite regression, each one requiring a key that only Harry possessed, not a physical key, but an emotional one. A memory, a feeling, a piece of himself that no one else could replicate. By the end of the first week, he could hold the construct for an hour. By the end of the second, it was automatic, a permanent background process, his mental shields running like a heartbeat, requiring no conscious effort. He had no way to test them, of course. Not until he was face to face with a Legilimens. But the construct felt solid. It felt right. Like his mind, freed from the Horcrux, had been waiting for permission to organize itself. The other books he devoured just as hungrily. The history of goblin-wizard relations was infuriating, a litany of broken treaties, stolen artifacts, and casual racism that the wizarding world had dressed up as tradition. The defense book was fascinating, full of spells and counter-curses that made his fingers itch to try. He practiced wand movements under his blanket, running through incantations in a whisper, feeling his magic surge eagerly each time. He didn't just read the textbooks, either. Hogwarts, a history gave him the layout of the castle, the political structure, the rules. The standard book of spells, grade 1 was laughably easy, he'd mastered every spell in it by the end of the second week, practicing in the back garden at dawn while the Dursleys slept. Transfiguration, charms, even basic defensive magic. His wand sang in his hand each time, the holly would warm, the magic flowing through it like water through a pipe with no resistance at all. He also received 2 letters. Both delivered by Goblin Courier, a small, fierce-looking creature who appeared at his window at midnight, handed over sealed envelopes, and vanished without a word. The first was from Griphook. A summary of his estate's current holdings, a list of investments that needed his approval, and a brief update: the Horcrux fragment had been successfully destroyed. Analysis of the residual magic suggested that the creator, Voldemort, had made multiple Horcruxes, possibly as many as 6 or 7. The goblins were researching methods to detect and locate the remaining ones. The second letter was from Ragnarok himself, written in surprisingly elegant English. It contained 3 things: a primer on wizarding politics and the current composition of the Wizengamot, a detailed breakdown of Dumbledore's known political alliances and methods, and a single line at the bottom that made Harry smile. Remember, you owe them nothing. They owe you everything. Act accordingly. On the morning of September 1st, Harry dressed in his best clothes, which were still Dudley's worst, but he'd quietly altered them with a tailoring charm he'd found in the back of the Transfiguration textbook, so at least they fit properly now. He loaded his trunk, collected Hedwig in her cage, and walked downstairs. Vernon was reading the paper. Petunia was scrubbing a counter that was already clean. Dudley was eating what appeared to be an entire pig. "I need a ride to King's Cross," Harry said. Vernon grunted. He'd been strangely cooperative since Harry's return, not kind, never kind, but less openly hostile. Harry suspected this had something to do with the incident on the second night back, when Vernon had raised his hand to cuff Harry across the ear and every light bulb in the house had exploded simultaneously. Harry hadn't done it on purpose. His magic was still settling, still calibrating to its new capacity. But he hadn't apologized, either. The ride to King's Cross was silent. Vernon pulled up to the curb, didn't help with the trunk, and drove away the moment Harry's feet hit the pavement. Harry watched the car disappear into traffic and felt precisely nothing. He turned, walked into the station, and went looking for platform 9 3/4. Hagrid had told him the trick: walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, but hadn't explained much beyond that. Harry found the barrier, studied it for a moment, then pushed his trolley forward and walked through. And there it was. The Hogwarts Express. Scarlet and gleaming, steam billowing from its funnel, filling a platform packed with families saying goodbye. Owls hooted, cats yowled, children shouted. Trunks were being loaded, last-minute hugs dispensed, tearful mothers fussing over collars and hair. Harry stood at the edge of it all and watched. No one was seeing him off. No one was fussing over his collar. He was alone in a crowd, which was a feeling he'd had his entire life, except now it didn't sting the way it used to. Now it felt like freedom. He loaded his own trunk, found an empty compartment near the back of the train, settled Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him, and opened a history of goblin-wizard relations to where he'd left off. The train hadn't even pulled out of the station when the compartment door slid open. "Excuse me, is anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." The boy was round-faced, nervous, clutching a toad in both hands like it might explode. He had the look of someone who had been told his entire life that he wasn't quite good enough, and Harry recognized that look because he'd worn it himself until 3 weeks ago. "Go ahead," Harry said, nodding to the seat across from him. "Thanks." The boy sat, adjusted his toad, and stuck out a hand. "I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom." Something sparked in Harry's memory. Alice and Frank Longbottom. Second on his parents' custody list. He took Neville's hand. Harry Potter. Neville's eyes went wide. His gaze darted to Harry's forehead, to the scar, and back. "You're, really? Really? Wow. I mean, sorry, that's probably annoying. People staring at you. Bit, yeah. Sorry." Neville looked mortified. "It's just, Gran talks about you sometimes. She says, well, she says lots of things. She knew your parents. Your grandmother knew my parents. Yeah. My mum and dad did too. They were friends, I think. Before." Neville's face clouded. "My parents are, they're in St. Mungo's. The hospital. They were tortured. After the war. Death Eaters." He said it flatly, the way you say something you've said so many times it's worn smooth. But his hands tightened on the toad. "I'm sorry," Harry said. And he meant it, not as a pleasantry but as a statement of fact. He was sorry. Sorry that Neville's parents had been on his own parents' list of trusted friends. Sorry that the war had reached out and crushed them too. Sorry that this nervous boy with his toad was carrying a weight no 11-year-old should have to carry. "It was a long time ago," Neville said, in the voice of someone repeating what adults had told him. Then, quieter, "What's the book about?" Harry turned it so Neville could see the cover. "Goblin-Wizard Relations. Did you know there have been 14 goblin rebellions in the last 6 centuries, and every single one was started by wizards breaking a treaty first?" Neville blinked. "That's not what the textbooks say." "No. It isn't." The train lurched into motion. London began sliding past the windows, grey and sprawling, giving way gradually to suburbs and then open countryside. Harry and Neville talked, carefully at first, feeling each other out, then more freely. Neville was self-deprecating to a fault, constantly qualifying his own statements with, "I'm not very good at magic," or, "Gran says I'm nearly a squib." Harry listened and said nothing until the 4th or 5th time, when he finally interrupted. "Who told you that? That you're nearly a squib?" "Well, my great-uncle Algy, mostly. He used to test me. Dropped me off the end of Blackpool Pier once. Pushed me out a window, too. I bounced, though, so that proved I had magic." Harry stared at him. "Your uncle pushed you out a window. He was trying to help. To force the magic out." "Neville. That's not help. That's assault." Neville opened his mouth, closed it, and looked down at his toad. The toad croaked. "I grew up with people who told me I was worthless too," Harry said quietly. "Every day. For 10 years. And I believed them, because when you're a kid, you believe what adults tell you. But they were wrong about me, and I think your family is wrong about you." Neville's eyes were suspiciously bright. He didn't say anything for a long moment. Then, "His name's Trevor. The toad. He keeps trying to escape. Smart toad. I'd try to escape too, if someone dropped me off a pier." Neville let out a startled laugh, the first genuine one Harry had heard from him. Yeah, fair point. The compartment door opened again. A girl this time, bushy brown hair, front teeth slightly too large, already wearing her Hogwarts robes, carrying herself with the anxious intensity of someone who had read every book ever written about the place she was going and was terrified that it wouldn't be enough. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, oh. She spotted Neville. And the toad. You found him. He hasn't left yet, Neville said, looking down at Trevor. This time. The girl hovered in the doorway, clearly wanting to stay but not wanting to invite herself in. Harry recognized the hesitation. The need to belong warring with the fear of rejection. I'm Hermione Granger, she said. And you are? Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter. Hermione's eyes went even wider than Neville's had, which was impressive given that they were already quite large. Are you really? I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and, don't believe everything you read, Harry said, not unkindly. Sit down if you want. She sat. Immediately. Like she'd been waiting for permission her entire life and couldn't believe someone had actually granted it. I'm Muggle-born, she announced, with a defiance that suggested she'd already learned this was something she needed to announce. Like ripping off a bandage, get the rejection over with early. Neither of my parents are magical. I didn't even know magic was real until I got my letter. My mum was Muggle-born, Harry said. Lily Evans. She was supposed to be one of the most talented witches of her generation. Hermione's face did something complicated, surprise, gratitude, hope, and a fierce determination all competing for space. I've read everything I could get my hands on. I've memorized all the textbooks. I've practiced a few simple spells and they've all worked. But I keep thinking, what if it's not enough? What if coming from a non-magical family means I'm already behind? It doesn't, Harry said firmly. Magic doesn't care who your parents are. That's a lie that certain people tell because it makes them feel important. Hermione stared at him. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? I don't know. Someone more, overwhelmed. The books say you grew up with Muggles. I assumed you'd be as lost as I am. I was. 3 weeks ago. Then I started reading. He held up the Goblin history book. You can borrow this when I'm done, if you want. It's not on the curriculum, but it should be. That was the moment, though none of them knew it yet, that the three of them became something. Not friends, exactly, that was too small a word for what would grow between them. But something. A foundation. 3 kids who'd been told they weren't enough, finding in each other evidence to the contrary. They talked for the next 2 hours. About magic, about Hogwarts, about what they were looking forward to and what they were nervous about. Hermione had memorized the entire course catalogue. Neville was dreading potions because he'd heard the professor was terrifying. Harry listened more than he talked, learning these 2 people the way he'd learned his books, carefully, thoroughly, cataloguing the details. The compartment door opened a 3rd time around midday. This time, it wasn't a request. 3 boys. The blonde from Madame Malkin's in the center, flanked by 2 large specimens who looked like they'd been bred for the sole purpose of standing menacingly behind someone. Is it true? The blonde boy said. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you. It's me, Harry said. Draco, right? We met at the robe shop. Draco Malfoy looked pleased at being remembered. He straightened slightly, puffing up. This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. He didn't bother with first names. Crabbe and Goyle didn't seem to mind, or possibly notice. You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. His eyes slid dismissively over Neville and lingered on Hermione with something that might have been contempt. I can help you there. He extended his hand. Harry looked at it. Then he looked at Draco's face, at the practiced sneer, the calculated confidence, the desperate need to perform superiority that practically radiated off the boy like heat. "That's a generous offer," Harry said evenly. "But I think I'm doing all right so far." Draco's hand hung in the air. His cheeks colored. "I'd be careful, Potter. My father is Lucius Malfoy, I know. Suspected Death Eater, avoided Azkaban by claiming he was under the Imperious Curse, currently a major donor to 3 separate ministry departments." Harry watched Draco's face go white. "I know exactly who your father is, Draco. The question is whether you know who you are, separate from him." The compartment was dead silent. Crabbe and Goyle looked confused, which might have been their default state. Neville was staring at Harry. Hermione's mouth was slightly open. Draco's face cycled through emotions, shock, humiliation, fury, and something underneath all of it that looked almost like hurt. He rallied. "You'll regret this, Potter." I won't." Harry's voice was calm. Not threatening, not aggressive, just certain. The certainty of someone who had recently had a piece of Voldemort's soul ripped from his skull and was not particularly intimidated by an 11-year-old with a bad attitude and daddy issues. Draco left. The door slid shut with more force than necessary. "Blimey," Neville breathed. Hermione was looking at Harry with naked curiosity. "How did you know all that? About his father?" "I told you. I've been reading." She looked skeptical but didn't push it. Harry liked that about her. She was curious, relentlessly so, but she also understood that some questions weren't ready to be answered yet. The countryside was darkening outside the windows. Hills and fields gave way to wilder terrain, forests, moors, the distant glint of water. The train rattled northward, and Harry felt the magic in the air change as they went. Denser, older, like the land itself was more saturated with it. By the time a voice echoed through the train announcing their arrival in 5 minutes, the air practically hummed. They changed into their robes. Harry's fit perfectly. He'd bought them precisely to his measurements, ignoring the shop assistant's suggestion of room to grow. He wanted to look like he belonged. Not as a lost boy stumbling into a new world, but as the heir of an ancient house coming home. Hogsmeade Station was chaos, hundreds of students pouring off the train into cool September darkness. Hagrid's voice boomed over the crowd, "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." Harry followed the sound, Neville and Hermione flanking him, and found himself at the edge of a black lake, climbing into a small boat with his 2 new friends and a boy named Seamus who kept accidentally setting things on fire. The boats rounded a bend, and there it was. Hogwarts. Harry's breath caught. Not from awe, though it was awe-inspiring, a vast castle of towers and turrets perched on a cliff above the lake, every window blazing with warm light, its reflection shimmering on the dark water like a fallen constellation. Not from wonder, though there was wonder. What caught his breath was the magic. He could feel it. The castle was alive, not sentient, exactly, but aware, in the way a forest is aware, in the way an ocean is aware. Layers upon layers of enchantment, accumulated over 1,000 years, wards and charms and protections woven so deep into the stone that the building itself had become magical. It reached out to him as the boats approached, the magic of the castle touching the magic in his blood, and he felt something that he could only describe as recognition. "Welcome home," the castle seemed to say. Not in words. In warmth. The boats landed. They climbed stone steps, passed through enormous oak doors, and were met in the entrance hall by a tall witch in emerald robes with a severe expression and a very tight bun. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. Her voice was Scottish, clipped, no nonsense. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses. The sorting ceremony is," she went on, explaining the houses, but Harry was only half listening. He was looking past her, through the doors of the great hall, which stood slightly ajar. Hundreds of students at 4 long tables. Thousands of candles floating in midair. A ceiling enchanted to mirror the sky outside, deep black velvet scattered with stars. And at the head table, seated in the center in a tall golden chair, a very old man with a very long beard and half-moon spectacles that glinted in the candlelight. Dumbledore. Harry looked at him and felt his occlumency shields tighten automatically, like a castle raising its drawbridge. The old man was scanning the group of first years with a benevolent, twinkling gaze, but there was something behind the twinkle. Something calculating. Something that was searching for a specific face. Their eyes met. Harry felt it, the lightest brush against his mental shields. Not a push, not an intrusion. More like someone trying the handle of a locked door. Casual. Automatic. The touch of a man so accustomed to reading the people around him that he probably did it without thinking. The handle didn't turn. The door didn't open. Harry's shields held, smooth and seamless and unremarkable, that was important. A visible shield, a wall of mental iron, would be just as alarming as an open mind. Harry's construct was subtler. His shields felt like nothing. Like a perfectly ordinary, slightly nervous 11-year-old mind. The kind of mind Dumbledore would expect and dismiss. Dumbledore's twinkle flickered. Just for a heartbeat. The briefest crease between his brows, there and gone, and then the benevolent smile was back. But Harry had seen it. That flicker of confusion. That moment of that's odd. Good. Let him wonder. They were led into the great hall. A stool sat before the head table, and on it rested a hat, ancient, patched, frayed, looking like it had been sat on by approximately 10,000 children, which it had. The hat's brim opened and it sang. An actual song, about the 4 houses and their founders, surprisingly catchy, weirdly enthusiastic for an article of clothing. When it finished, McGonagall stepped forward with a scroll of names. Abbott, Hannah. A girl with blonde pigtails stumbled to the stool. The hat was placed on her head. A pause. Hufflepuff. The table on the right erupted in cheers. And so it went, name by name, the first years whittled away. Harry watched and catalogued. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff. Bones. Amelia Bones was on his parents' custody list. Her niece, probably. Another thread to follow. Granger, Hermione. Hermione nearly ran to the stool, vibrating with nervous energy. The hat sat on her head for a long moment. Harry could see her lips moving, arguing with it, because of course Hermione Granger would argue with a sentient hat, and then, Gryffindor. She almost collapsed with relief, grinning as she hurried to the Gryffindor table. Harry gave her a nod, and she beamed. Longbottom, Neville. Neville went pale but walked forward without faltering. The hat deliberated, and Harry saw Neville's hands clench on the stool's edges, his jaw set, and something quiet and fierce flicker in his eyes. Gryffindor. Neville's face split into a grin so wide it looked like it might hurt. He stumbled to the table and sat next to Hermione, who squeezed his arm. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head. Slytherin. No surprise there. Draco sauntered to the Slytherin table like he owned it, which, given his father's donations, he might partially. Then the name Harry had been waiting for. Potter, Harry. Whispers. Everywhere. Like a wind sweeping through the hall. Potter? The Harry Potter? Did she say Potter? Heads craned, students stood on tiptoe, the head table shifted, every professor leaning forward, subtly or not, to get a better look. Harry walked to the stool. He didn't hurry. He didn't hesitate. He moved with a quiet confidence that made several of the older students look twice, because the scrawny kid in glasses didn't walk like a lost first year. He walked like he knew exactly where he was going. He sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head, and the brim fell past his eyes, plunging his vision into darkness. Well, 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 said a small voice in his ear. Harry Potter. I've been looking forward to this. Hello. Oh, very polite. And what's this? The hat's voice shifted. Became curious. Intent. Your mind is, remarkably ordered for an 11-year-old. A Clemency Shields. At your age? Who taught you? Ah. The goblins. Fascinating. Harry felt the hat pressing against his shields, but it was different from Dumbledore's touch. The hat wasn't attacking or probing. It was requesting. A polite knock, not a tried handle. You need to see what's in here to sort me. I know. Go ahead. But I'd appreciate it if it stayed between us. Everything in this hat stays in this hat, Mr. Potter. That is an inviolable enchantment, placed by the founders themselves. Not even Dumbledore can access what I see in your mind. Harry lowered his shields. Not all the way, just enough to let the hat see what it needed to. His values, his instincts, his desires, his fears. The hat went silent. For a long time. Long enough that the whispering in the great hall started up again, students muttering about what was taking so long, professors exchanging glances. McGonagall's lips thinned. Dumbledore leaned forward in his golden chair. Mr. Potter, the hat said finally, and its voice had changed. Quieter. Almost reverent. Do you know what I see? Tell me. I have sorted every student to enter this school for nearly 1,000 years. I have seen great minds, brave hearts, cunning strategists, and loyal souls beyond measure. I have sorted Dumbledore. I sorted Voldemort. I sorted your parents. And I have never seen a mind like yours. Not because of your power, though your power is extraordinary. Not because of your intelligence, though you are far sharper than you realize. But because you are free. Do you understand what that means? I have never placed my brim on a head that was not, in some way, constrained. By fear, by expectation, by trauma, by the weight of what others wanted them to be. Every child who sits on this stool carries chains, some light, some crushing, but always there. The hat paused. You have no chains, Mr. Potter. Whatever was binding you has been removed. Whatever was clouding you has been burned away. I am looking at a mind in perfect, unfettered freedom, and it is, I must confess, somewhat dizzying. Is that going to make sorting me harder? On the contrary. It makes it very simple. A mind this free, this determined, this fiercely committed to protecting others, there is only one house for you. But I want to tell you something first, Mr. Potter. A gift, from an old hat to a young wizard. I'm listening. Voldemort sat on this stool in 1938. A boy named Tom Riddle, charming and brilliant and already rotten at the core. I saw what he was. I saw what he would become. And I sorted him into Slytherin, because that was where he belonged, and because my enchantment requires me to sort, not to judge. Harry said nothing. Waited. But if I could have judged, if I could have warned someone, I would have said, this boy is building Horcruxes in his mind before he ever learns the word. This boy is splitting himself, separating himself from his own humanity, long before he touches a wand. Why are you telling me this? Because you are going to fight him, Mr. Potter. Not today, not this year, perhaps not for many years. But you are going to fight him. And when you do, I want you to remember this, Tom Riddle's greatest weakness is that he cannot conceive of a power he doesn't possess. He does not understand love, or loyalty, or sacrifice. He considers them weaknesses. He is wrong, and that wrongness will be his undoing. The hat settled more firmly on Harry's head. One more thing. There are objects of the founders hidden within this school. A diadem, belonging to Rowena Ravenclaw. It was lost centuries ago, stolen, actually, by her daughter, and never recovered. But I am the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts. I was made by the founders. And I can feel their artifacts, even twisted ones. Even desecrated ones. Harry's pulse quickened. Are you saying what I think you're saying? There is something in this castle that screams the way you once screamed, Mr. Potter. Something wearing Rowena's diadem like a mask. Something that is a piece of the same soul that lived in your scar. A Horcrux. In Hogwarts. Right here, inside the school. Where? I cannot pinpoint it. I can feel it, like a splinter, like a wrong note in a symphony. It is hidden in a place that hides things, a room of hidden things. I can say no more than that. But you are resourceful, and you have allies. You will find it. Thank you. Don't thank me. Destroy it. And now, Mr. Potter, Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall, and the explosion of sound nearly knocked Harry off the stool. The Gryffindor table erupted. The Weasley twins, red-haired and identical, whom Harry had met briefly on the platform, were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter," at the top of their lungs. Hermione was clapping so hard her hands were blurred. Neville was grinning and stamping his feet. Harry stood, removed the hat, and placed it back on the stool. As he did, his fingers lingered on the brim for just a moment. Thank you, he thought again. Go shake their pillars, Mr. Potter, the hat thought back, and Harry could have sworn it winked. He walked to the Gryffindor table and sat between Neville and Hermione. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy watched him with narrowed eyes. At the head table, Dumbledore was smiling and clapping along with everyone else, but his eyes, those sharp blue eyes behind their half-moon spectacles, were fixed on Harry with an intensity that the twinkle couldn't quite disguise. Harry smiled back. Warm, grateful, the very picture of a happy first year finding his place. Beneath the smile, behind his shields, he was running calculations. A Horcrux in the castle. A room that hides things. A wraith in Albania. A diary. The goblins had mentioned a diary in their preliminary Horcrux research, connected to Riddle, possibly in the hands of a Death Eater family. And Dumbledore, sitting 20 feet away, watching him with the eyes of a man who had lost control of a variable and was trying to figure out how. The feast appeared, platters of food materializing on the golden plates, more food than Harry had ever seen in his life. He ate, and talked, and laughed at the Weasley twins' jokes, and answered questions about his scar with practiced vagueness. It's just a scar, really, and was, in every visible way, a perfectly normal first year having the time of his life. After the feast, Dumbledore stood and delivered a speech. Start of term notices. The Forbidden Forest is forbidden. No magic in the corridors. And then, almost as an aside, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry filed that away. Third-floor corridor. The Philosopher's Stone, presumably, which had been in Vault 713 the day Harry visited Gringotts and was now hidden somewhere in a school full of children. Hidden behind protections that, if they were designed to deter students, were probably just challenging enough to tempt the particularly brave or stupid. Like, say, a Gryffindor who'd been told not to go there. Dumbledore was using the stone as bait. Harry was as sure of that as he was of his own name. But bait for whom? Voldemort? A Death Eater? Or, Harry, a first year with a hero complex that Dumbledore expected to develop on schedule? The prefects led them to Gryffindor Tower. Through corridors full of moving paintings and shifting staircases, past ghosts who nodded or waved or, in the case of one particularly obnoxious poltergeist, pelted them with chalk. The portrait of the fat lady guarded the entrance, demanding a password, Caput Draconis, and then they were in the common room, a round, cozy space full of squashy armchairs and a crackling fire. Students dispersed. The older years settled into chairs, catching up after the summer. The first years were directed to their dormitories. Harry followed the boys up a spiral staircase to a room with 5 four-poster beds. His trunk was already at the foot of one, Hedwig's cage on the windowsill. His dorm mates were Neville, Ron Weasley, youngest of the red-haired brothers, who had been sorted into Gryffindor without the hat's brim even fully touching his head, Seamus Finnegan, the fire boy, and Dean Thomas, tall, quiet, a West Ham poster already going up on his wall. Ron had tried to sit with Harry on the train, arriving at the compartment after Hermione but finding it full, and had settled elsewhere with some visible disappointment. Now, in the dormitory, he made another attempt. "All right, Harry. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." He had a smear of chocolate on his chin and an open, eager expression. "Brilliant that you're in Gryffindor. My whole family's been Gryffindor. Mum and Dad, all my brothers. Good to meet you, Ron. Is it true you've got the scar? Can I see it?" Harry pushed back his fringe. The scar was there, thinner now, fainter, more like an old wound than a fresh one. Since the Horcrux extraction, it had been fading, slowly but noticeably, as if the dark magic that had kept it vivid was no longer feeding it. "Wicked," Ron breathed. Then, with the subtlety of a flying brick, "So do you remember anything? About, you know. You know who?" "No," Harry said. "I was 15 months old." "Right, yeah. Course." Ron sat on his bed, which was next to Harry's. "My brother Charlie reckons you must be really powerful, to survive the killing curse. No one's ever done that before. I think that was more my mum than me. Still, though." Ron looked at him with something between admiration and envy, and Harry recognized both. "Must be weird. Being famous and all." "I'd trade it," Harry said simply. "I'd trade all of it to have my parents back." Ron went quiet. Then, awkwardly but sincerely, "Yeah. Course you would." "Sorry, mate." Harry nodded and changed into his pajamas. The other boys settled in, conversations fading into yawns, and one by one the candles were extinguished. Harry lay in the dark, in a bed more comfortable than anything he'd ever slept in, and stared at the canopy above him. Through the window, he could see the stars over the Scottish Highlands, sharp and brilliant in the unpolluted sky. He wasn't tired. His mind was running at full speed, processing everything the Sorting Hat had told him. A Horcrux in Hogwarts. A room that hides things. He needed to find both, the room and the diadem inside it. The goblins could destroy it, as they destroyed the piece in his scar, but first he had to locate it. He also needed to watch Dumbledore. The old man's probe at the feast had been subtle but unmistakable, and Harry's shields had deflected it, but Dumbledore would try again. He was too smart, too experienced, to simply accept that an 11-year-old's mind was closed to him. He'd look for other ways in. Through trust, through manipulation, through carefully manufactured situations designed to make Harry open up. Harry intended to let him try. Not because he wanted to be manipulated, but because a man maneuvering is a man revealing himself. Every gambit Dumbledore played would tell Harry something about how the old man thought, what he valued, what he feared. Information was currency, and Harry planned to be rich in it. He also needed to study. Not just the curriculum, he was already ahead there, but everything. History, politics, magical theory, combat magic, the structure of the ministry, the known and suspected Death Eaters, the Horcrux network. He needed allies beyond the goblins. Hermione's intellect, Neville's loyalty, the connections they both brought, Longbottom and Granger, pure blood and Muggleborn, trust and brilliance. And he needed to be careful. Not timid, not hidden, not small, but strategic. There was a difference between hiding your power and choosing when to deploy it. Harry had no intention of pretending to be mediocre. But there was no need to show everything on the first day. He would show them soon enough. Sleep, when it finally came, was deep and dreamless, the first truly peaceful sleep Harry could remember. No nightmares. No cold, high voice at the edges of his consciousness. No parasitic presence feeding on his magic while he lay vulnerable. Just silence, and warmth, and the distant sound of the castle breathing around him like a living thing. When he woke the next morning, sunlight was streaming through the windows and Neville was already dressed, sitting on his bed, reading Harry's copy of A History of Goblin-Wizard Relations with an expression of appalled fascination. "Harry," Neville said, looking up. "Did you know that in 1612, the Ministry of Magic signed a treaty granting goblins ownership of a diamond mine in Wales, then sent wizards in to take it by force 3 months later?" "Page 47, Harry said, sitting up and reaching for his glasses. "And it gets worse." "How can it get worse?" "They blamed the goblins for starting the conflict. Wrote it into the official history as the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. It's in our History of Magic textbook." Neville stared at the book, then at Harry, then back at the book. That's really messed up." "Yeah. It is." They went down to breakfast together, collecting Hermione from the common room, where she'd been up since dawn reading ahead in 3 different textbooks. The great hall was transformed in daylight, sunshine pouring through the tall windows, the enchanted ceiling a brilliant late summer blue. Harry ate scrambled eggs and toast and watched the staff table. Dumbledore wasn't there yet. McGonagall was reviewing papers with a quill that moved of its own accord. A tiny professor, Flitwick, the charms teacher, according to Hermione's encyclopedic knowledge, was chatting animatedly with a witch in earth-stained robes. And at the far end, half hidden in shadow, a man with greasy black hair and a hooked nose was staring directly at Harry with an expression of such complicated loathing that it was almost artistic. Severus Snape. Harry met his gaze. Didn't look away, didn't flinch. Just met it, calmly, the way you'd meet the eyes of a dog that was deciding whether to bite. Something shifted in Snape's expression. Not a softening, nothing about Snape suggested he was capable of softening, but a flicker of confusion. As if Harry's face was a text he'd been reading one way and had suddenly realized could be read another. Harry looked away first. Not from weakness, but because his timetable had arrived via owl and there were more important things to focus on. "Double potions with the Slytherins on Friday," Ron groaned, reading over Harry's shoulder. He'd attached himself to their group with the tenacity of a barnacle, not unwelcome, exactly, but not quite fitting in the way Neville and Hermione did. Ron was warm and funny and deeply insecure, and Harry liked him well enough, but there was a possessiveness in the way Ron said, "best mate," that made Harry wary. Ron wanted to be part of something. Harry sympathized. But he wasn't in the business of being someone else's validation. "Potions should be interesting," Harry said neutrally. "Interesting? Snape's horrible. Fred and George say he hates Gryffindors, especially me," Harry finished. "Yes, I know. You do. Snape and my father had history. It wasn't good." Harry didn't elaborate. The Goblin Files had included a summary of known Death Eaters and their connections. Snape's file was complicated, marked as a former Death Eater who had turned spy for Dumbledore, motivated by a personal connection to Lily Potter. The details were sparse, but the implication was clear enough. Snape had loved Harry's mother. Snape had hated Harry's father. And Harry, who had his mother's eyes in his father's face, was going to be the canvas onto which Snape projected every unresolved feeling he had about both. Or not. Because Harry was not James Potter. And he was done carrying other people's baggage. The first class was Transfiguration, with McGonagall. Harry walked in, sat down, and waited. McGonagall started with a speech about Transfiguration being dangerous, complex, and not to be taken lightly. Then she turned her desk into a pig and back again, which was spectacular and completely undermined the "not to be taken lightly" part. Then she set them to work turning matches into needles. Harry picked up his match, considered it, and tapped it with his wand. It turned into a needle. Instantly. Completely. Silver, sharp, gleaming. The classroom went quiet. McGonagall, who had been circling the room, stopped mid-stride. She picked up the needle, examined it, turned it over, tested the point against her finger. Mr. Potter, she said. Have you practiced this before? I read the theory last week, Professor. The visualization seemed straightforward. Her lips compressed. She looked at the needle, then at Harry, and he saw her making a rapid series of calculations behind those stern eyes. First year, first class, first attempt, perfect transfiguration. That wasn't supposed to happen. That didn't happen. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said crisply. Do it again. Harry did it again. And again. And a fourth time, each match becoming a perfect needle the instant his wand touched it. McGonagall watched all 4 transformations, then set down the last needle with exaggerated care. Well, she said. That will do, Mr. Potter. Perhaps you could help Mr. Longbottom with his attempt. Harry moved to Neville's desk. Neville's match was slightly silver at one end but otherwise unchanged, and Neville was looking at it like it had personally betrayed him. You're overthinking it, Harry said quietly. Don't try to force the magic. Just see the needle. See it clearly in your mind, the shape, the color, the weight. Then let your magic make it real. Neville frowned, concentrated, and tapped the match. It shivered, elongated, and turned into a passable needle, slightly bent, not quite sharp enough, but undeniably a needle. Neville stared at it. Then at Harry. Then at the needle again. I did it, he whispered. Yeah, you did. Across the room, Hermione, who had produced a needle on her second try, which would have been the best result in the class if Harry hadn't gone first, was watching with an expression that mixed competitiveness with genuine warmth. She'd seen what Harry did for Neville, and it recalibrated something in her mental model of him. He wasn't just powerful. He was generous with it. The rest of the day followed a similar pattern. Charms with Flitwick, where Harry produced a perfect levitation charm on his first attempt and spent the rest of the period helping other students. Herbology with Professor Sprout, where Neville came alive, his hands sure and confident among the plants, his knowledge vast, his nervousness evaporating the moment he touched soil. Defense against the dark arts with Professor Quirrell, who stuttered and stammered and wore a purple turban that smelled of garlic and something else. Something wrong. Harry noticed it the moment he entered the classroom. A feeling, faint but unmistakable, a wrongness, a dissonance, like a sour note in a melody. It was coming from Quirrell. From the turban, specifically. Harry's magic recoiled from it, his scar tingled, not with pain, not anymore, the Horcrux was gone, but with recognition. Like encountering a familiar scent that triggered a memory you couldn't quite place. Dark magic. Powerful, concentrated, alive. Harry sat through the lesson, said nothing, did nothing overt. But he watched Quirrell with the focused attention of someone cataloging a threat. The stutter was fake, Harry was sure of it within 10 minutes. The timing was wrong, inconsistent, applied to some words and not others with no phonological pattern. It was a performance, and not a particularly good one. After class, walking back to Gryffindor Tower with Neville and Hermione, Harry was quiet. You all right? Hermione asked. Quirrell, Harry said. Did anything seem off to you? Hermione considered. He's not a very good teacher. The stutter makes it hard to follow. But what do you mean by off? His turban. Did you smell it? Garlic, Neville said. Loads of it. Underneath the garlic. Something else. They both looked at him blankly. They couldn't smell it. Of course they couldn't, Harry's magical senses had been running at full capacity for less than a month. He was still discovering what he could perceive that others couldn't. Never mind, he said. Probably nothing. It wasn't nothing. He knew it wasn't nothing. Something was hiding under that turban, and Harry had a very strong suspicion about what it was. A wraith. A disembodied dark wizard, latched onto a host, hiding in plain sight in a school full of children. One more thing Dumbledore either didn't know or was choosing to ignore. Harry added it to the list. It was becoming a long list. That night, in the common room, while the other first-years played Exploding Snap and compared notes on their first day, Harry sat in an armchair by the fire and pulled out parchment and a quill. He wrote 2 letters. The first was to Griphook, arrived safely. Shields Holding, D, attempted a passive probe at the feast, deflected without detection. Quirrell, Dada Professor, is hosting something dark. The turban is a cover. I need you to research what happened to Quirrell last year, where he traveled, who he met. Also, the Sorting Hat confirmed a Horcrux inside Hogwarts. A diadem, Rowena Ravenclaw's, hidden in a room that hides things. I need information on hidden rooms within the castle. Will continue to observe and report. H.P. The second was to Ragnarok, Director, I am shaking the pillars. Slowly, for now. But they will fall. H.P. He sealed both letters with a goblin-taught privacy charm, climbed to the dormitory, and gave them to Hedwig. She nipped his finger affectionately and vanished into the night, a white ghost against the star-filled Scottish sky. Harry watched her go. Then he turned back to the dormitory, where his 4 roommates were settling into their beds, and allowed himself, just for a moment, to feel the full weight of everything he was carrying. An 11-year-old at war. Not the war anyone expected, not the war the books described, not the war Dumbledore had scripted. His own war. On his own terms. With allies the wizarding world had spent centuries dismissing, and a power the wizarding world wasn't ready for. He climbed into bed, closed his eyes, and built his shields, doors within doors within doors, memory and will and magic woven into an architecture that no one was getting through without his permission. Tomorrow, he had potions with Snape. And the week after that, he intended to find the room that hides things. The war was just beginning. And Harry Potter, free, awake, unchained, was ready. Chapter 3, First Blood Friday came with the kind of heavy, low-hanging clouds that made the Scottish Highlands look like a painting done entirely in grey. Harry woke before dawn, as he had every morning that week, and spent 30 minutes reinforcing his occlumency shields before the dormitory stirred. The routine had become second nature. Wake. Shield. Review. Plan. By the time Neville's alarm charm chimed and Seamus set his pillow on fire trying to silence it, Harry was dressed, organized, and mentally prepared for the day ahead. Potions. Double period. Slytherins. Snape. You're weirdly calm about this, Ron said at breakfast, shoveling eggs into his mouth with the urgency of a man who expected someone to take his plate away. Fred says Snape once made a second-year cry so hard she threw up. That says more about Snape than it does about me, Harry said. Just, don't provoke him, yeah. Everyone says he hates Gryffindors. Especially you. Because of your dad. Harry buttered a piece of toast. I'll keep that in mind. Hermione was already at the table, her potions textbook propped against a jug of pumpkin juice, lips moving as she memorized ingredients. She'd been like this all week, a whirlwind of anxious overpreparation that was simultaneously exhausting and deeply endearing. Neville sat beside her, eating porridge and reading the goblin history book Harry had lent him. He was on chapter 6 and had started making outraged noises at regular intervals. They made their way to the dungeons after breakfast. The potions classroom was cold, dark, and aggressively atmospheric, stone walls lined with jars of things that floated in murky liquid and stared at you with preserved eyes. The Slytherins were already there. Draco Malfoy sat in the front row with Crabbe and Goyle, looking smug. Blaise Zabini, a tall boy with sharp cheekbones and an air of studied indifference, lounged behind them. Theodore Nott, thin and watchful, sat alone in the corner. Harry took a seat in the middle of the room. Not the front, he wasn't performing. Not the back, he wasn't hiding. The middle. Neville on his left, Hermione on his right. The door slammed open. Snape swept in like a storm front, black robes billowing, face set in an expression of such refined contempt that it was almost artistic. He didn't walk to the front of the room. He materialized there, the way only someone who had spent decades cultivating dramatic entrances could. He took roll. His voice was barely above a murmur, but it carried in the silent room like a blade across stone. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. "Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco sniggered. Crabbe and Goyle followed suit, because that was their function. Harry said nothing. He looked at Snape with calm, steady eyes and waited. Something in Snape's expression twitched. He'd expected a reaction, embarrassment, anger, the sullen flush of a boy being publicly humiliated. He got nothing. Just green eyes, watching him, patient and absolutely unintimidated. Snape finished the roll and launched into a speech about the subtle science and exact art of potion making. It was a good speech, actually, well-crafted, evocative, clearly rehearsed to an obsessive degree. He spoke about bottling fame, brewing glory, putting a stopper in death. His voice was silk over steel, and Harry could tell that Snape genuinely loved his subject, even if he seemed to hate everything else. "Potter," Snape said suddenly, wheeling on him. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air. Snape ignored her. "The draught of living death, sir," Harry said. "A powerful sleeping potion. The most reliable recipe is found in Libatius Borgia's Advanced Potion Making, though Hector Dagworth Granger's version is considered more elegant." Silence. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. Though goblin-raised goats produce a more potent variety due to their diet of mineral-rich cave grasses. You can also synthesize a partial substitute using, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite. Used in the wolfsbane potion, which allows werewolves to retain their human mind during transformation. Developed by Damocles Belby in 1978. The classroom was deathly quiet. Hermione's hand was still in the air, frozen there, her face cycling between impressed and slightly miffed that she hadn't gotten to answer. Neville was staring at Harry. The Slytherins had gone still. Snape stood motionless. His face was unreadable, which was itself a kind of tell, a man who defaulted to contempt suddenly showing nothing at all. "Well," Snape said softly. "It seems fame isn't everything." Then something curious happened. Instead of awarding points or moving on, Snape stared at Harry for a long, uncomfortable moment. His dark eyes searched Harry's face with an intensity that had nothing to do with potions questions. He was looking for something. Someone. Harry knew who. He had his mother's eyes. Everyone said so. And Snape, who had loved Lily Evans, who had watched her marry a man he despised, who had carried that grief and guilt like a stone around his neck for a decade, was looking into those eyes and finding something he hadn't expected. Not James's arrogance. Not James's cruelty. Something else. Something that looked, just a little, like Lily's quiet, fierce composure. Snape broke the gaze first. He turned away sharply, robes snapping, and began writing instructions on the blackboard. A simple boil-curing potion. Instructions are on the board. You have 90 minutes. Begin. The class exhaled collectively. Harry set up his cauldron, organized his ingredients, and began. Potions, he was discovering, was fascinating, part chemistry, part art, part magic. The ingredients responded to intention as much as to technique. The way you cut a root mattered, but so did the way you thought about it while cutting. Precision and intuition in equal measure. His potion was perfect within the hour. A smooth, clear teal, exactly the shade described in the textbook. He bottled a sample and set it on Snape's desk. Snape looked at the bottle. Looked at Harry. Said nothing. His jaw tightened, and he turned to berate Neville, whose potion was a shade too dark. Longbottom, did you add the porcupine quills before or after taking the cauldron off the fire? Neville blanched. After. That was meant to be a question, was it? After, sir. Then why is your potion the color of mud? If I wanted mud, I would go outside. Snape loomed over Neville's cauldron with predatory relish. Start over. Professor, Harry said. Not loudly. Not aggressively. Just clearly. Neville's potion is actually only one shade off. If he adds a half measure of dried billywig stings and stirs counterclockwise 3 times, it'll correct. The margin of error on boil curing is wider than the textbook suggests. Every head in the room turned. Speaking up in Snape's class was roughly equivalent to poking a sleeping dragon, and everyone seemed to be holding their breath waiting for the fire. Snape turned to Harry. Very slowly. Is that so, Mr. Potter? And where, precisely, did you learn that particular piece of information? It is not in your first-year textbook. No, sir. It's in Arsenius Jigger's Practical Corrections for Common Brews, Appendix 3. I found it while reading ahead. A muscle jumped in Snape's jaw. He looked at Neville's cauldron, then at Harry's perfect sample on his desk, then back at Harry. Try it, Longbottom, he said curtly, and swept away. Neville added the billywig stings, stirred counterclockwise 3 times, and watched his potion shift from mud to a passable, if slightly dark, teal. It worked, Neville whispered. Course it did, Harry murmured back. Trust your hands, Neville. You've got good instincts. After class, in the corridor, Hermione rounded on Harry with the intensity of a small, bushy-haired terrier. You've read Arsenius Jigger. He's an EWT level. When did you, over the summer? I had a lot of time. But that's, Harry, that's at least 5 years ahead of curriculum. And the way you answered Snape's questions, the Dagworth Granger reference, the Wolfsbane potion, that's not just reading ahead. That's graduate-level knowledge. Harry shrugged. I like learning. So do I, and I didn't know half of what you just said. She wasn't angry. She was recalculating. Adjusting her model of Harry Potter to accommodate new data, the way she always did, efficiently and without ego. You're remarkable, you know that. I'm motivated. There's a difference. Motivated by what? He looked at her, and something in his expression made her stop walking. I'll tell you. Both of you. He glanced at Neville. Soon. There are things you need to know. But not in a corridor. Hermione and Neville exchanged a glance. They'd known Harry for less than a week, but they'd already learned that when he said something like that, he meant it, and pushing wouldn't help. Whenever you're ready, Neville said quietly. The opportunity came sooner than expected. Saturday afternoon, the 3 of them found an empty classroom on the 4th floor, dusty, unused, far from the common areas. Harry sealed the door with a locking charm and a basic privacy ward that the goblins had taught him. Those aren't first-year spells, Hermione said immediately, watching him work. No. He turned to face them. Hermione was sitting on a desk, legs swinging. Neville was in a chair, leaning forward, Trevor the Toad on his lap. They looked at him with the particular intensity of people who knew they were about to hear something important. What I'm going to tell you, Harry said, is dangerous. Not because of what it is, but because of who doesn't want it known. If you'd rather not know, if you'd rather stay out of whatever this is, say so now and I won't think less of you. Don't be ridiculous, Hermione said. What she said, Neville added. Harry almost smiled. Right. So. When I went to Gringotts for the first time, the goblins offered me a heritage and health scan. Standard for old family heirs. During the scan, they found something in my scar. He told them everything. The Horcrux. The extraction. The soul fragment screaming as it was pulled from his head. The 10 years of suppressed magic, dulled cognition, dampened emotions. The sealed will. The Dursleys. Dumbledore's role in all of it. He told them about the Horcrux network, Voldemort's soul, split into fragments, anchored to objects, keeping him tethered to life. He told them what the Sorting Hat had said about the diadem. He told them about Quirrell, the turban, and the wrongness he could feel emanating from the defense professor like heat from a furnace. He didn't sugarcoat it. He didn't soften it. He laid it out the way Ragnarok would have, clear, precise, and unflinching. When he finished, the room was silent for a long time. Hermione spoke first. Her voice was steady, but her hands were gripping the edge of the desk so hard her knuckles were white. A piece of Voldemort's soul. In your head. For 10 years. Yes. And Dumbledore knew. Almost certainly. And he left it there. Yes. Hermione's jaw worked. She was processing, he could practically see the gears turning, the implications cascading, the worldview she'd been building since her Hogwarts letter cracking and reforming around this new information. She'd come to the wizarding world believing in institutions, in authorities, in the fundamental decency of the system. She'd read the books, memorized the rules, trusted that the people in charge were in charge for a reason. That's monstrous, she said finally. There's no justification for that. A child. He left a piece of a dark wizard's soul in a child. Greater good, Harry said quietly. That's his framework. Sacrifice the few for the many. The needs of the wizarding world outweigh the needs of one boy. He probably planned to tell me eventually, when the time was right, when I was old enough, when I'd been properly shaped into the weapon he needed me to be. Weapon, Neville repeated, and his voice was thick. My parents were his soldiers, Neville. Yours were too. He sent them to fight, and when they fell, he took their children and, in my case, literally, used me as a container for the dark magic he needed to eventually destroy. Neville's face had gone very still. Not the nervous, uncertain stillness of the boy Harry had met on the train, but something harder. Something that looked like the foundation of a man who would one day be formidable. My parents are in St. Mungo's, Neville said. They were tortured by Bellatrix Lestrange until they lost their minds. And Dumbledore, the great Albus Dumbledore, was the leader of the Order of the Phoenix. He was supposed to protect them. He was supposed to protect all of us. He was supposed to, Harry agreed. He chose a different priority. What do we do? Hermione asked. Not what are you going to do? What do we do? The distinction mattered, and Harry felt something warm and fierce settle in his chest. First, we find the diadem. There's a Horcrux in this castle and I want it gone. Second, we figure out what Quirrell is hiding, and I'm 90% sure it's Voldemort himself, in wraith form, possessing Quirrell as a host. Third, we train. Real magic, not just curriculum. I can teach you what the goblins taught me, shielding, combat basics, magical theory that Hogwarts doesn't cover until 6th year or later. And Dumbledore? Neville asked. Dumbledore is a problem. But he's not the enemy, not in the way Voldemort is. He's a man who believes he's the only one smart enough to run the war, and he's been operating unopposed for so long that he's stopped questioning his own methods. The best thing we can do is take away his monopoly on information. If we find the Horcruxes, if we deal with Quirrell, if we solve the problems he's been hoarding, he loses leverage. He has to come to the table as an equal instead of a puppet master. Hermione was nodding, her mind already racing. The room that hides things. The hat said a room of hidden things. I've read Hogwarts, a history cover to cover, and there's no room by that name. But there are references to the Room of Requirement, a room on the 7th floor that appears when someone is in great need, configured to whatever they need it to be. Where on the 7th floor? Across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by trolls. You have to walk past the stretch of wall 3 times while concentrating on what you need. Harry stared at her. You got that from Hogwarts, a history? Footnote on page 712. Most people skip the footnotes. She looked almost offended that this needed to be said. If the room can become anything, then a room that hides things would be a room where people have been stashing objects for centuries. It's probably enormous. Then we go tonight, Harry said. Tonight? Neville swallowed. After curfew? Unless you'd rather go during the day, when every prefect and professor in the castle can see us heading to the 7th floor for no apparent reason. Neville considered this. Then he straightened in his chair. Tonight, then. They went at midnight. Harry had discovered something interesting about his magic during the week. He could extend his senses outward, like a radar pulse, and feel the presence of living things nearby. It wasn't precise, more like a vague awareness of warmth and movement, but it was enough to navigate the castle's corridors without running into Filch or Mrs. Norris. He led Neville and Hermione through the sleeping castle, past portraits that snored on their walls, past suits of armor that stood like silent sentinels, up staircase after staircase to the 7th floor. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy was exactly where Hermione said it would be, a ridiculous illustration of a medieval wizard trying to teach ballet to a group of mountain trolls. Across from the tapestry, a blank stretch of wall. 3 times, Hermione whispered. Walk past 3 times, thinking about what you need. Harry walked. I need the room where things are hidden. I need the room where things are hidden. I need the room where things are hidden. On the 3rd pass, a door appeared. Not materialized, appeared, as if it had always been there and they'd simply failed to notice it. A large, heavy door of dark wood, with an iron handle. Harry opened it. Beyond was a space the size of a cathedral. A cavern of hidden things, towering stacks of furniture, broken brooms, moth-eaten curtains, crates of bottles, piles of books, suits of armor, old cauldrons, mountains of unidentifiable junk accumulated over centuries of students and teachers stuffing things they didn't want found into a room that obligingly made itself available. Merlin, Neville breathed. It's enormous, Hermione whispered. This could take days to search. Harry stepped inside and closed his eyes. He extended his senses the way he had in the corridors, but instead of searching for life, he searched for darkness. For wrongness. For the same sour, screaming note the Sorting Hat had described. The room hummed with ambient magic, 1,000 enchanted objects radiating their own little signatures, a chaotic symphony of old spells and forgotten charms. But underneath it, like a bass note in a symphony, there was something else. A thread of darkness, thin but unmistakable. This way, Harry said, and started walking. He moved through the maze of hidden things like a bloodhound on a scent, turning left, right, doubling back, following the thread of wrongness as it grew stronger. Hermione and Neville followed, navigating carefully through the narrow passages between stacked furniture and piles of debris. Deeper and deeper into the room. The stacks grew taller, the passages narrower. The ambient magic thickened, layer upon layer of enchantment pressing against Harry's senses. But the dark thread was clear now, a pulsing, oily presence that made his skin crawl and his scar itch with phantom memory. He turned a final corner and stopped. On top of a battered wardrobe, half hidden under a moth-eaten wig and a tarnished tiara, sat a diadem. Silver, set with a blue stone, engraved with words, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." It was beautiful. It was also screaming. Not audibly, not to Neville and Hermione, who stood behind Harry looking at the diadem with confusion and vague unease. But to Harry, whose magical senses had been blown wide open by the removal of his own Horcrux, the diadem was a wound in the fabric of reality. It radiated malice the way a fire radiates heat, invisible but unmistakable, a constant emission of something fundamentally wrong. That's it? Hermione whispered. That's it. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Don't touch it. Wasn't planning to. Harry studied the diadem from 3 feet away. He could feel it pulling at him, a subtle, insidious tug, like a voice just below hearing, whispering that he should pick it up, try it on, see what power it held. The same manipulation the Sorting Hat had described. The same trick the fragment in his scar must have been playing on his mind for a decade. "It's trying to influence us," Harry said conversationally. "You might feel a desire to pick it up. Ignore it." Neville, whose hand had been drifting vaguely upward, snatched it back. "Right. Ignoring it. We can't destroy it here," Harry said. "We need goblin fire or something equally potent. But we can contain it." He reached into his robes and pulled out a small pouch, goblin-made, lined with runic wards, given to him by Griphook as a parting gift. "For dangerous objects," Griphook had said. "The wards will suppress the magic of anything placed inside. Not destroy, not purify, just muffle." Harry levitated the diadem off the wardrobe. The holly wand pulsed with effort, the Horcrux resisted, clinging to its perch with tendrils of dark magic that sizzled and snapped against his levitation charm. Harry pushed harder. His magic surged, golden light flaring around the diadem, and the tendrils broke. The diadem floated into the pouch. Harry sealed it, and the screaming stopped. Not gone, muffled, as Griphook had promised. Contained. Hermione let out a breath she'd been holding for what seemed like minutes. That was really disturbing. "That was a piece of Voldemort's soul," Harry said. "The same thing that was in my head for 10 years. Except this one's been sitting here for decades, poisoning everything around it." He tucked the pouch into his robes. "We need to get this to Gringotts. I'll send word to Griphook tonight. The goblins can destroy it the same way they destroyed the fragment from my scar." "How are you going to get it to Gringotts?" Neville asked. "We can't exactly walk out the front door." Hedwig. "The pouch is small enough, and goblin wards will contain the dark magic during transit. Griphook will know what to do when he receives it." They made their way back through the room of hidden things, out the door, which vanished behind them, and through the sleeping castle to Gryffindor Tower. No one saw them. Harry's sensing ability kept them clear of Filch, who was prowling the third floor, and Mrs. Norris, who was lurking near the kitchens. Back in the dormitory, Harry wrote a quick note to Griphook, sealed it, attached it and the warded pouch to Hedwig's leg, and sent her out the window. "Be careful with that," he murmured, stroking her feathers. "It's important." Hedwig gave him a look that clearly communicated her opinion of being told to be careful, and vanished into the darkness. Harry slept well. 2 Horcruxes down, his own and the diadem. However many remained, the number was shrinking. And each one destroyed was another anchor cut, another thread connecting Voldemort to immortality severed. He dreamt of doors within doors within doors. And behind the last door, light. The next 2 weeks were a whirlwind of classes, training, and careful observation. Harry continued to excel in every subject, though he calibrated his performance carefully. Not hiding, he'd promised himself he wouldn't hide, but he didn't need to produce graduate-level work in every class. He performed at the top of his year, consistently and visibly, but kept the truly advanced magic for private practice. The gap between what he showed in class and what he could actually do was significant. He intended to keep it that way, not from fear, but from strategy. The element of surprise was a weapon, and Harry collected weapons. He trained Neville and Hermione every Saturday and Sunday in the Room of Requirement, which he discovered could be summoned in different configurations. They practiced shielding, occlumency basics for both, which Hermione took to with terrifying speed and Neville approached with dogged, steady determination. They practiced dueling, simple spells at first, disarming and stunning and shielding, then more complex combinations as their reflexes sharpened. Neville, to his own astonishment, was good at it. Not flashy, he didn't have Harry's raw power or Hermione's encyclopedic spell knowledge, but solid. Grounded. His magic was earthy and robust, and once he stopped doubting himself, it responded to him with a reliability that was its own kind of strength. He couldn't match Harry's speed, but he could take a hit and keep standing. He could hold a shield that didn't crack. "You're not nearly a squib," Harry told him after Neville held a protego for 30 consecutive seconds under sustained bombardment. "Whoever told you that was either lying or blind." Neville's shield flickered, reformed, held. "Gran says my dad was a great duelist. Looks like it runs in the family." Hermione was a different kind of fighter, analytical, precise, always 3 steps ahead. She didn't just learn spells, she learned the theory behind them, then modified them on the fly. She invented a variant of the basic stunning spell that hit at a slightly different frequency, designed to slip through standard shields. It didn't quite work yet, the modification was unstable, fizzing out after a few feet, but the concept was sound, and the fact that an 11-year-old was attempting original spell modification spoke to a mind that was genuinely extraordinary. They also researched. Hermione threw herself into the Horcrux question with the single-minded ferocity of someone who had found a puzzle worth solving. She couldn't access the restricted section of the library, not yet, but she found oblique references in standard texts, breadcrumbs that, when assembled, painted a partial picture. "The number 7, she said one evening in the room of requirement, surrounded by books and notes. "In magical theory, 7 is the most powerful magical number. If Voldemort was deliberately creating Horcruxes, planning them, choosing them, he'd aim for 7. 6 Horcruxes plus the original soul fragment in his body. 6. Harry counted on his fingers. "The piece in my scar is destroyed. The diadem," Griphook confirmed it was destroyed 3 days ago, same method, goblin fiendfire in a soul-binding crucible. He paused. The letter from Griphook had also contained a note from Ragnarok, 2 anchors cut. "The Wraith in Albania will feel this. He will accelerate. Be ready." That leaves 4. "The diary," Hermione said. "The goblins mentioned a diary connected to Tom Riddle. If it's with a Death Eater family." "Lucius Malfoy," Harry said. "Draco's father. The goblins think it's at Malfoy Manor. Can the goblins get it? Not without a diplomatic incident. Raiding a pureblood family's ancestral home would be an act of war. We need another way." Harry drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair. "The other 3 are unknown. We need more information about Voldemort's history, his life before he became Voldemort. Tom Riddle. Where he went, what he valued, what objects he would have chosen. Dumbledore would know," Neville said quietly. They all sat with that for a moment. The irony was not lost on any of them, the man they trusted least was the man with the most information. "Eventually, I'll have to talk to him," Harry admitted. "Not as a student asking for guidance. As an equal, demanding answers." "He won't see you as an equal," Hermione said. "He sees everyone as a student. Even the other professors. Then I'll have to change his perspective." The opportunity came sooner than expected. The last day of October. Halloween. The castle was decorated with floating pumpkins and live bats, and the feast promised to be spectacular. Harry dressed for dinner with the rest of Gryffindor, but something felt off, a tension in the air, a prickle along his magical senses that he'd learned to trust. He'd been watching Quirrell for weeks. The defense professor maintained his stuttering act in class and avoided Harry's gaze with a consistency that was itself suspicious. But Harry had noticed patterns. Quirrell disappeared on Tuesdays and Thursdays after dinner, heading toward the 3rd floor. He spent an unusual amount of time near Snape, who watched him with an expression of poorly concealed suspicion. And the wrongness emanating from the turban was intensifying, growing stronger, as if whatever lived beneath the fabric was feeding, gathering strength. At the Halloween feast, Harry sat with Neville and Hermione and ate mechanically, his senses extended, scanning the room. The staff table was full, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Snape, Dumbledore in his golden chair. But Quirrell's seat was empty. Harry's eyes found the empty chair and stayed there. 10 minutes into the feast, the doors of the great hall burst open. Quirrell ran in, turban askew, face white, eyes wild. "Troll," he screamed. Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. And he crumpled to the floor in a dead faint. Pandemonium. Students screaming, leaping up from benches, the hall erupting into chaos. Dumbledore fired a cannon blast from his wand that silenced the room. Prefects, lead your houses back to your dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. Harry didn't move. The students surged toward the doors, a river of panicked children flooding into the corridor. Harry watched Quirrell on the floor, and Quirrell, for just a fraction of a second, cracked one eye open. Not the eye of a man who had fainted. The eye of a man checking to see if his performance had landed. Their gazes locked. Quirrell's eye widened. Then snapped shut. Harry. Hermione was pulling his arm. We need to go. The Slytherin common room is in the dungeons, Harry said. Where the troll supposedly is. Dumbledore just sent the Slytherins toward the troll. Hermione's mouth fell open. He wouldn't, he's not thinking about the Slytherins right now. He's thinking about the third-floor corridor. The stone. This is what Quirrell wants, everyone distracted, teachers in the dungeons, a clear path to whatever's guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Then we should tell someone, Hermione. Who do we tell? Dumbledore already knows about the stone. He set this up. The traps, the bait, all of it. If Quirrell is making a move tonight, Dumbledore is probably counting on it. Neville was listening to this exchange with his jaw set. Then what do we do? Harry was already moving against the flow of students, slipping sideways through the crowd, heading not toward Gryffindor Tower but deeper into the castle. Neville and Hermione followed without hesitation. We stopped the troll, Harry said. Before it hurt someone. They found it on the first floor. Not in the dungeons, of course not. Quirrell had let it in and directed it elsewhere, probably hoping it would cause maximum chaos while he went after the stone. The mountain troll was 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, carrying a wooden club the size of a tree trunk, and it was standing in the middle of the first-floor corridor with the vacant expression of a creature that had one brain cell and it was currently on break. It also was about 20 feet from the girls' bathroom, from which Harry could hear terrified sobbing. Someone's in there, Neville said. Harry didn't hesitate. He stepped around the corner into the troll's line of sight. The troll turned. It saw Harry. Its tiny eyes narrowed. It raised the club. Harry raised his wand. He didn't use a first-year spell. He didn't use a second-year spell, or a third-year spell, or anything from the standard Hogwarts curriculum. He used a spell the goblins had taught him, a concussive blast designed for collapsing mine tunnels that had been adapted, over centuries of goblin warfare, into one of the most effective close-range combat spells in existence. Confringo. The spell hit the troll in the chest. Not a student's Confringo, weak, scattered, barely enough to scorch a practice dummy. Harry's Confringo was a focused lance of magical force that struck the troll like a cannonball. The creature staggered backward, its club clattering from its hands, its chest smoking. It roared, more surprise than pain, and lunged at Harry with its massive hands. Depulso. The banishing charm caught the troll mid-lunge and hurled it backward into the stone wall with enough force to crack the masonry. The troll slid to the ground, dazed, shaking its head. It got up. Oh, come on, Harry muttered. The troll charged. 12 feet of muscle and rage, surprisingly fast for its size, the floor shaking with each footstep. It swiped at Harry with a hand the size of a dustbin lid. Harry sidestepped, cleanly, precisely, his body moving with a fluid grace that came from magic threading through his muscles, enhancing his reflexes. The troll's hand smashed into the wall where he'd been standing, sending chunks of stone flying. Glacius. Ice erupted from Harry's wand, coating the floor in a sheet of frozen slickness. The troll's next step hit the ice and its feet went out from under it. 12 feet and half a ton of mountain troll crashed to the floor with an impact that shook dust from the ceiling. Harry pointed his wand at the troll's head. Stupefy. The stunning spell hit the troll between the eyes. A standard stupefy wouldn't drop a mountain troll, their natural magic resistance was too strong. But Harry's wasn't a standard stunning spell. It was powered by a magical core that had been running at 30% for a decade and was now, finally, unleashed. The red light that struck the troll was blindingly bright, and the creature's eyes rolled back in its head. It collapsed, unconscious, and lay still. The corridor was silent except for Harry's breathing and the quiet sound of someone sobbing in the bathroom. Neville and Hermione stood behind him, wands drawn, shields up. They hadn't needed to intervene. The entire fight had lasted less than 30 seconds. "Bloody hell," Neville whispered. Harry lowered his wand and crossed to the bathroom. Inside, huddled in the far corner, was a girl, lavender brown, Gryffindor, first year. She was shaking, tear-streaked, but unharmed. "It's okay," Harry said. "It's unconscious. You're safe." Lavender looked past him at the troll lying in the corridor and burst into fresh tears, though these seemed more from relief than fear. Hermione hurried in and put an arm around her, murmuring reassurances. "We need to go," Harry said. "Teachers will be coming." "The noise, Mr. Potter." The voice came from behind him. Sharp, cold, lethally controlled. Harry turned. Professor McGonagall stood at the end of the corridor, flanked by Snape and, arriving at a run, Quirrell. McGonagall's face was white. Snape's was unreadable. Quirrell was doing his best impression of a man who hadn't orchestrated this entire situation. "What," McGonagall said, each word a blade, "is the meaning of this?" She looked at the troll. At the cracked wall. At the ice on the floor. At 3 first-years standing in the wreckage, wands in hand. "A student was trapped in the bathroom, Professor," Harry said. The troll was between her and the exit. "We handled it." "You handled it," McGonagall repeated. Her gaze swept the scene. She was not stupid. She could read the evidence, the scorch mark on the troll's chest, the cracked masonry, the precisely deployed ice, the clean stunning spell. One first-year student, 5 weeks into his magical education, had taken down a full-grown mountain troll in close-quarters combat. "Mr. Potter, how did you do this?" "Magic, Professor." Behind McGonagall, Snape made a sound that might have been a strangled laugh. "You could have been killed," McGonagall said. But her voice had changed, the sharp anger softening into something more complex. "Worry, yes. Shock, certainly. But also, underneath it all, a fierce and reluctant pride. You should have gone to your dormitory. You should have let the teachers handle this. With respect, Professor, the teachers were in the dungeons. The troll was here. And Lavender was alone." McGonagall's lips compressed into a thin line. She looked at the troll, at Harry, at the bathroom where Hermione was helping a trembling Lavender to her feet. 5 points from Gryffindor," she said. "For disobeying instructions." A pause. "And 20 points to Gryffindor. For sheer, extraordinary courage and magical competence far beyond your years." She turned to Snape. "Severus, please escort this creature back to where it belongs. Quirrell, stop trembling and help him." She looked at Harry one more time. There was something in her eyes, a question, an assessment, a dawning realization that the boy in front of her was not what she'd been told to expect. "Go to your dormitory, Mr. Potter. All 3 of you. Now." They went. The word spread through Hogwarts faster than fiendfire. By breakfast the next morning, every student in the castle knew that Harry Potter had single-handedly taken down a mountain troll. The story grew with each retelling, 3 trolls, some said. No, 10. He'd used wandless magic. He'd punched it. He'd stared it down with the power of his scar. Harry ignored the whispers and the stares and ate his porridge. But he noticed the reactions at the staff table. Flitwick was openly impressed, leaning over to Sprout to discuss the magical theory of a first year producing a confringo of that magnitude. Sprout was shaking her head in amazement. McGonagall was watching Harry with those complex, calculating eyes. Snape was staring at his coffee with an expression of deep, conflicted thought. He hadn't looked at Harry once since the troll incident. Not even a glare. Something about what he'd seen in that corridor had broken the simple narrative of James Potter's arrogant son, and Snape didn't know what to replace it with. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore was smiling, twinkling, grandfatherly. But his fingers were wrapped around his goblet with a white-knuckle grip, and twice Harry caught him looking at the spot on Harry's forehead where the scar was slowly fading. He knows, Harry thought. He doesn't know what happened, but he knows something's different. The Horcrux is gone and he can feel its absence, and he doesn't understand how or when or why. Good. Let him be uncertain. Uncertainty made people cautious, and caution made them slow. The summons came that afternoon. A first-year Gryffindor, one of the Weasley twins, Harry wasn't sure which, delivered a note in elegant purple ink. Dear Harry, I wonder whether you might join me for a cup of tea this afternoon at 4 o'clock. I find I have a taste for lemon drops, if you're curious. Professor Dumbledore. Harry read the note, folded it, and tucked it into his pocket. He wants to see you, Hermione said. Not a question. Yes. Are your shields ready? Harry closed his eyes for a moment, checking. Doors within doors within doors, infinite regress, each lock unique, each room containing exactly what he wanted a visitor to see and nothing more. They're ready. Do you want us to come? He invited me. Just me. He wants a controlled environment, his office, his terms, one-on-one. If I bring you, he'll adjust. Harry met her eyes. I need to do this alone. But I'll tell you everything after. Hermione didn't like it. Neither did Neville. But they trusted him, and trust meant letting go when it mattered. At 4 o'clock, Harry climbed the spiral staircase behind the stone gargoyle, password, lemon drop, because of course it was, and knocked on the door of the headmaster's office. Come in. The office was circular, cluttered with whirring silver instruments, lined with portraits of previous headmasters, most of whom were pretending to sleep while obviously eavesdropping. A magnificent scarlet bird sat on a golden perch, a phoenix, Harry realized, and the phoenix raised its head and looked at him with dark, intelligent eyes that held something like recognition. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. Half-moon spectacles, long silver beard, robes of deep purple embroidered with golden stars. He looked exactly like what he was, a man who had spent over a century becoming the most powerful wizard in Britain and who had grown so accustomed to being the smartest person in every room that the possibility of being outmaneuvered had become, to him, essentially theoretical. Harry, my boy. The twinkle was at full power. Please, sit down. Lemon drop. Harry sat. Declined the lemon drop. Smiled. And behind his smile, behind his shields, behind the doors and the locks and the rooms within rooms, Harry waited to see what Dumbledore wanted. I must confess, Dumbledore said, pouring tea with the casual ease of a man who held these conversations daily, I was rather impressed by your performance last night. A mountain troll is a significant challenge for any wizard. For a first-year student, 5 weeks into his education, it is unprecedented. Lavender was in danger, Professor. I did what needed to be done. Indeed you did. And with remarkable skill. Dumbledore set down the teapot and regarded Harry over his spectacles. Professor McGonagall tells me you used a blasting curse, a banishing charm, a freezing charm, and a stunning spell, all cast at a level of power she described as, and I quote, absurd for someone his age. I was curious where you learned them. Textbooks, Professor. I read ahead quite a lot over the summer. Textbooks. Dumbledore smiled. Of course. You are your mother's son, she was a voracious reader as well. The mention of his mother was deliberate. A connection, an emotional bridge. Harry recognized it for what it was. "I hear that a lot," Harry said. "That I have her eyes." "You do." Something genuine flickered in Dumbledore's gaze, a flash of old pain, quickly controlled. "You have Lily's eyes exactly." They looked at each other across the desk, and Harry felt the probe. It was so gentle it was almost not there. Not a push, not a pry, a whisper. A feather-light touch against his outermost shields, so subtle that a mind without occlumency training would never have noticed it. Dumbledore wasn't trying to read Harry's thoughts. He was trying to read Harry's emotions. A surface scan, looking for the shape of what lay beneath: fear, trust, anger, loyalty. The emotional topography of a child he was trying to understand. Harry's shields deflected it without effort. What Dumbledore got back was exactly what Harry wanted him to feel: warmth, curiosity, mild nervousness, hero worship. The emotional profile of a good-hearted, slightly odd first year who was thrilled to be sitting in the headmaster's office. Nothing threatening. Nothing alarming. Nothing that would make Dumbledore look deeper. But Harry saw the flicker of confusion cross the old man's face, there and gone, suppressed immediately. The same flicker from the feast. The surface scan should have given Dumbledore more than it did. He should have been able to feel the echo of the Horcrux, the darkness, the cold, the whispering wrongness that had lived in Harry's scar for a decade. Its absence was a gap in the data, a missing piece in a puzzle Dumbledore thought he knew the shape of. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice shifted slightly. Less grandfatherly. More direct. "I want you to know that my door is always open to you. Hogwarts is your home now, and I consider it my personal responsibility to ensure that you are safe and well. If anything troubles you, anything at all, I hope you will come to me." "That's very kind, Professor." Harry's smile was warm, earnest, and completely opaque. "I appreciate that." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. The twinkle dimmed by a fraction. Not suspicion, not yet. But attention. The old man was paying attention now, in a way he hadn't been before, and Harry could see him filing this conversation away, adding it to whatever mental model he was constructing. "I understand you've been receiving owl post from Gringotts," Dumbledore said casually, reaching for a lemon drop. Harry's expression didn't change by a millimeter. "Yes, Professor. Estate business. The goblins manage the Potter accounts." Of course, of course. Your family's finances are your own affair." A pause. "I was simply curious. The goblins are not known for their warmth toward wizards. It's unusual for them to take an active interest in a student. Perhaps I'm an unusual student." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened behind his spectacles. For just a moment, the twinkle disappeared entirely, and Harry saw the man beneath the mask, not the kindly grandfather, not the eccentric headmaster, but the general. The chess player. The man who had defeated Grindelwald, commanded the Order of the Phoenix, and spent half a century manipulating the wizarding world's political landscape from behind a desk covered in candy. Then the twinkle was back, and Dumbledore chuckled. "That you are, Harry. That you certainly are." He stood, signaling the end of the meeting. "Well, I won't keep you. I'm sure you have homework to attend to. Do enjoy the rest of your weekend." Harry stood, thanked him for the tea, and turned to leave. At the door, he paused. "Professor?" "Yes, Harry. I was wondering, and this is just curiosity, you can tell me to mind my own business, but why is the third-floor corridor forbidden?" The warning at the feast was very dramatic. He turned back to face Dumbledore, and for 1 second, one single, unguarded second, he let the mask slip. Not the occlumency shields. Those stayed ironclad. But the emotional facade, the wide-eyed first-year act. He let Dumbledore see, just for a heartbeat, the sharp and knowing intelligence behind his green eyes. Then the mask was back. The wide-eyed boy, curious and harmless. But Dumbledore had seen it. Harry watched the old man process it, the slight widening of the eyes, the intake of breath, the rapid reassessment happening behind those half-moon spectacles. "Merely a precaution," Dumbledore said softly. "Some things are better left undisturbed." "Of course, Professor. Good afternoon." Harry walked out of the office, down the spiral staircase, and through the corridor with measured, unhurried steps. His heart was hammering. That last moment, the deliberate flash of his real self, had been a calculated risk. A message, delivered in the only language Dumbledore truly understood, the language of strategy. "I know what you are. I know what you're doing. And I am not the boy you think I am." Dumbledore would spend the next days, possibly weeks, trying to figure out what that moment meant. Whether it was real or imagined. Whether the child sitting across from him was genuinely extraordinary or whether the old man's pattern-seeking mind was seeing things that weren't there. And while Dumbledore puzzled over it, Harry would keep moving. Keep training. Keep hunting. 2 Horcruxes destroyed. A third identified, the diary, with Malfoy. Unknown others still hidden. A wraith in Albania, weakening. A host in a turban, plotting. A stone on the 3rd floor, bait in a trap Harry refused to spring on anyone's terms but his own. And Harry Potter, walking through the castle that sang in his blood, magic blazing behind his eyes, mind shielded, allies at his back, absolutely and completely unafraid. The war was coming. Let it come. Chapter 4, The Stone and the Wraith. November bled into December, and Hogwarts settled into winter like an old man easing into a familiar chair. Snow came to the Highlands, not the polite, decorative snow of southern England but the serious, bone-deep snow of Scotland, piling against the castle walls in drifts taller than Harry, turning the grounds into a white wilderness that sparkled under pale winter sun. Harry barely noticed the seasons changing. He was running on something deeper than weather, a current of purpose that kept him moving, thinking, planning even when the rest of the castle was winding down for the holidays. Griphook's letters came weekly now, delivered by a rotation of goblin couriers who appeared at Harry's dormitory window with the quiet efficiency of a military supply chain. The diadem Horcrux had been destroyed in early November, confirmed by a ritual analysis that matched the fragment from Harry's scar, same soul signature, same magical resonance, same screaming rage as the goblin fiendfire consumed it. 2 down. The goblins were also making progress on the broader Horcrux question. Ragnarok had assigned a team of curse-breakers to the problem, 6 of Gringotts' best, specialists in dark artifacts and soul magic. Their preliminary findings, outlined in a 12-page report that Griphook sent in coded gobbledygook, Harry was learning the language, slowly but steadily, painted an ugly picture. Voldemort had almost certainly created 6 Horcruxes. The magical theory was sound, 7 soul fragments total, 7 being the most potent magical number. 2 were destroyed. 4 remained, the diary, location, probably Malfoy Manor, and 3 unknowns. The team had cross-referenced Voldemort's known history with the types of objects he would have favored. Tom Riddle had been obsessed with the founders of Hogwarts. They'd found that in the historical record, in accounts from people who'd known him at school. The diadem was Ravenclaw's. Logic suggested the other Horcruxes might be connected to the remaining founders, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, Gryffindor. The only known relic of Helga Hufflepuff, Griphook's letter read, is a small golden cup, last seen in the possession of Hepzibah Smith, a wealthy collector who died under suspicious circumstances in 1946, the same year Tom Riddle worked at Borgin & Burke's. The cup was never recovered. It may have been converted into a Horcrux at that time. As for Slytherin, the letter continued, the most famous relic is Salazar Slytherin's locket, a heavy gold locket with an ornate S on the front. It was also in Hepzibah Smith's collection and also disappeared after her death. The pattern is consistent. 2 potential Horcruxes identified. Locations unknown. The goblins were working on it. The 6th Horcrux, if there was a 6th, remained a complete mystery. Gryffindor's only known relic was the Sword of Gryffindor, currently displayed in Dumbledore's office. Harry had seen it during his tea with the headmaster, a gleaming silver blade set with rubies, mounted on the wall behind the desk. It didn't feel dark. It didn't feel wrong. Whatever Voldemort had used for his sixth Horcrux, it wasn't the sword. Harry filed all of this away and kept moving. The training sessions in the room of requirement had become the spine of his week. Saturdays and Sundays, for hours each day, Harry and Neville and Hermione pushing themselves harder and further than any first year had a right to. Neville's progress was staggering. Freed from the crushing weight of his family's expectations and his own self-doubt, he was blooming, there was no other word for it. His shield work was the strongest of the three, a protego so dense and stable that Harry had to use genuine force to crack it. His offensive spells lacked Harry's raw power but had a precision that was all their own, and he developed a talent for environmental magic, manipulating the physical space around him, using transfiguration and charms to turn the battlefield itself into a weapon. "That's an advanced tactical instinct," Harry told him after Neville transfigured a section of floor into quicksand during a practice duel, trapping Harry's feet and nearly landing a stunning spell while he was stuck. "Most adult wizards don't think to alter the terrain." Neville shrugged, looking pleased despite himself. "It's just like herbology. The environment matters. You don't fight the plant, you change the soil." Hermione, meanwhile, had cracked her modified stunning spell. The variant she'd been developing, a stupefy that oscillated at a frequency designed to slip through standard protego shields, finally stabilized in mid-December. She hit Harry with it during practice and dropped him flat on his back, shield and all. He lay on the floor, blinking at the ceiling, genuinely stunned for the first time in weeks. Hermione's face appeared above him, equal parts horrified and thrilled. "Oh my God, are you okay?" "I didn't think it would actually, Hermione." Harry sat up, rubbing the back of his head. "That was brilliant." "Really? You just invented a spell that bypasses protego." "At 11. That's not just brilliant, that's publishable." She went pink. "It only works on standard shields. Your goblin-taught wards would probably block it. Then we figure out why and modify the wards. And you figure out how to get through those too." Harry grinned. "This is how magic is supposed to work. Not memorizing textbook incantations, actually creating." The three of them were becoming something more than friends. Something forged in shared purpose, mutual trust, and the particular bond that forms between people who are preparing for war together. They didn't talk about it in those terms. They were 11, and the word war felt too large, too adult, but the reality of what they were doing hung in the air like ozone after lightning. They were preparing to fight the darkest wizard who had ever lived. And they were getting good at it. Meanwhile, Harry watched Quirrell. He'd established a pattern of observation that was almost obsessive in its thoroughness. He tracked Quirrell's movements through the castle using his magical sensing ability, which had grown sharper and more precise with practice. He noted when Quirrell disappeared, where he went, how long he was gone. He catalogued the man's interactions with other staff, the nervous deference toward Dumbledore, the barely concealed hostility from Snape, the vague unease he produced in everyone who spent more than a few minutes in his company. The wrongness from the turban was intensifying steadily. Whatever was living under there was growing stronger, feeding on Quirrell. Harry could see it in the way the professor deteriorated week by week. Quirrell had arrived in September looking merely thin. By December, he was gaunt, hollow-cheeked, with dark circles under his eyes and a tremor in his hands that the stutter couldn't disguise. The parasite was consuming its host. Harry knew what that felt like. He'd lived with it for 10 years. The difference was that Quirrell had chosen this. Or been too weak to resist it. Or both. Snape was watching Quirrell too. Harry had noticed this early on and paid attention. Snape followed Quirrell with his eyes at every meal, tracked his movements with the intensity of a hawk watching a mouse, and had been spotted on the third-floor corridor at least twice by students who really should have been in bed. Whatever Snape's game was, loyalty to Dumbledore, personal suspicion, protective instinct for the school, he was circling Quirrell like a shark that had smelled blood. Harry decided to let Snape do his thing. An enemy of my enemy, and all that. If Snape was keeping tabs on Quirrell independently, it reduced the chances of Quirrell making an undetected move for the stone. The stone itself was the wild card. Harry had thought about it extensively, running scenarios, wargaming possibilities. The Philosopher's Stone was real, it was in the castle, and it was protected by a series of challenges designed by the professors. That much was common knowledge among students who paid attention. What wasn't common knowledge was why. Harry had 3 theories. Theory 1, Dumbledore was genuinely protecting the stone for its creator, Nicholas Flamel, and the protections were sincere. This was possible but didn't explain why Dumbledore would choose to hide the most valuable magical artifact in Europe in a school full of children when Gringotts, which had already been storing it, was objectively more secure. Theory 2, Dumbledore was using the stone as bait to draw out whoever was after it, Voldemort, through Quirrell. This was more likely and more troubling, because it meant Dumbledore was knowingly using Hogwarts students as set dressing for a trap. Theory 3, both of the above, with the added wrinkle that Dumbledore expected Harry specifically to get involved. The forbidden corridor, the dramatic warning at the feast, the breadcrumbs of information scattered just where a curious 11-year-old would find them, it all pointed to a script. Dumbledore's script. A narrative in which Harry Potter would discover the stone, face Voldemort, prove himself, and in doing so take the first step on the journey Dumbledore had mapped out for him. Harry had no intention of following the script. But he had every intention of dealing with the situation. Christmas arrived, and most of the school emptied out. Ron Weasley went home to the Burrow. Hermione went home to her parents. Neville stayed, his grandmother was traveling, and Harry, of course, had nowhere to go. Except he did. On Christmas Eve, a Gringotts courier delivered a package to Harry's window. Inside was a portkey, a small silver coin, goblin-made, that would transport him to a secure location within the Gringotts complex for a 12-hour visit. Ragnarok's invitation. Training, a meeting, and, the letter noted, a Yule gift. Harry left a note for Neville, gone for the day, back tonight, don't worry, activated the portkey at dawn, and materialized in a goblin training hall deep beneath the bank. Ragnarok was waiting for him. The director looked the same as the last time Harry had seen him, ancient, armored, iron-crowned, radiating the particular authority of someone who had been dangerous for longer than most civilizations had existed. But there was something different in the way he looked at Harry now. A warmth that he didn't bother to disguise. Mr. Potter. You look well. I feel well. Better every day. Your magical core has stabilized. Completely. And it's still growing. I can feel it expanding, not quickly, but steadily. Like a muscle being used for the first time. Ragnarok nodded. That is expected. A core suppressed for a decade will overcompensate when freed. You will likely continue to grow in raw power for several years before reaching equilibrium. He paused. This is, I should note, somewhat terrifying. Your current output already exceeds most adult wizards. If you continue on this trajectory. I know. Do you? Ragnarok fixed him with those diamond eyes. I don't say this to flatter you, Mr. Potter. Power is a weapon, and every weapon needs a discipline. The goblins have a saying, a blade without a hand is just a danger. A blade with a hand is a tool. A blade with a mind is a warrior. You are accumulating power at a rate that demands proportional growth in control, wisdom, and strategic thinking. That's why I'm here. Indeed. The training session lasted 4 hours. Not combat magic this time, Ragnarok had brought in specialists. A goblin master of magical theory who spent 2 hours teaching Harry about the deep structures of spellcasting, the ways in which intent shaped magic at a fundamental level, and how to modify and combine spells on the fly. A ward breaker who demonstrated techniques for dismantling magical protections, reading their architecture, finding weaknesses. And a healer who taught Harry to sense and diagnose magical injuries, useful for helping others, but also for understanding how to inflict them. Harry absorbed it all like a sponge, his freed mind drinking in knowledge with a speed that visibly startled even the goblin instructors. He asked questions that made the theory specialist pause and reconsider her own assumptions. He identified a structural weakness in the Wardbreaker's practice shields that the Wardbreaker hadn't known was there. He performed a diagnostic spell on the healer that was so precise she actually laughed, a rare sound from a goblin healer. "You have a gift," the theory specialist told Ragnarok afterward, when Harry was out of earshot. "Not just power. Understanding. He sees the architecture of magic the way a master builder sees the architecture of a cathedral. I have been teaching for 90 years, Director. I have never had a student like this." Ragnarok didn't look surprised. "I know." After the training, they sat in Ragnarok's private office, a surprisingly comfortable room, its walls lined with weapons and artifacts, a fire crackling in a hearth carved from single block of obsidian. Ragnarok poured goblin ale, gave Harry a glass of something that turned out to be an intensely flavored apple cider, and they talked. "The diary," Harry said. "Do we have a plan?" "We have options," Ragnarok replied. "The diary is almost certainly at Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy is, we believe, holding it on behalf of his former master, though he may not fully understand what it is. A Horcrux disguised as a dark artifact would be a valuable trophy in Malfoy's collection, but he wouldn't know to fear it the way he should. Can we get to it?" "Not directly. Malfoy Manor is warded to goblin standards. Lucius commissioned the work decades ago, ironically from us. We know the wards because we built them, but breaching our own work would set a precedent we cannot afford." Ragnarok sipped his ale. "However, there is another possibility. Our intelligence suggests that Malfoy may be planning to deploy the diary." "Deploy it?" "Use it. Not as a Horcrux, he doesn't know it is one, but as a weapon. The diary is, on its surface, a preserved memory of Tom Riddle at 16. It is designed to interact with the user, to possess them gradually, to use their life force to reconstitute itself. Malfoy may intend to slip it to someone at Hogwarts, a student, probably, to cause chaos, embarrass the school, and undermine Dumbledore politically." Harry's blood went cold. He'd give a piece of Voldemort's soul to a child. Deliberately. Lucius Malfoy served a man who tortured children for sport. His moral compass does not point north. Ragnarok set down his glass. When, the diary surfaces at Hogwarts, you must act immediately. Do not let it establish a connection with a host. The longer it feeds, the stronger it becomes, and a Horcrux that has consumed enough life force can manifest independently. Understood. As for the cup and the locket, Hufflepuff's and Slytherin's relics, we are pursuing leads. The cup may be in a Gringotts vault. If it is, we can access it through internal protocols without breaching client confidentiality, because housing a Horcrux violates the terms of every vault contract we have ever written. Soul magic in Gringotts is an offense against the Goblin Nation itself. And the locket? Unknown. We're working on it. Ragnarok leaned back. There is also the matter of the sixth Horcrux. If our seven-fragment theory is correct, one remains unaccounted for. We have no leads, no candidates, no theories. This troubles me. It troubles me too. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, two strategists contemplating the shape of an incomplete puzzle. "Your gift," Ragnarok said, and produced a long, slim package wrapped in dark leather. Harry unwrapped it. Inside was a sheath, beautifully crafted, black leather tooled with silver runes, and inside the sheath, a knife. Not large, perhaps 8 inches total, with a blade of metal so dark it seemed to drink the firelight. The handle was wrapped in dragon hide, and goblin's runes ran along the spine of the blade in a continuous, flowing script. "Goblin silver," Ragnarok said. "Forged in our deepest foundry, tempered in basilisk venom and dragon fire. It will absorb anything that makes it stronger and never requires sharpening. The runes are a ward-cutting array, press the blade against any magical barrier and it will find the weakness. Harry held the knife. It was light, balanced, alive in his hand the way his wand was alive. This is extraordinary. It is practical. A wand can be taken, Mr. Potter. A blade is harder to separate from its owner. Ragnarok's expression was unreadable. It is also a symbol. In goblin culture, a blade given freely is a pledge. My blade for yours. My war for yours. Harry met the director's eyes. I don't know if I deserve this. Deserve is a human concept. Goblins deal in what is. You are what you are, and what you are is someone worth arming. Ragnarok stood. Go back to your school, Mr. Potter. Train, study, prepare. The wraith in Albania is stirring. The destruction of 2 Horcruxes has weakened him, destabilized what remains of his soul. He will not wait patiently. He will act, through Quirrell, through the stone, through whatever avenue presents itself. When he does, be ready. I will. Harry portkeyed back to Hogwarts and arrived in his dormitory just before midnight. Neville was asleep, Trevor croaking softly on his pillow. Harry strapped the goblin knife to his forearm under his sleeve, where it sat with a comforting, barely perceptible weight, and climbed into bed. Christmas morning brought an unexpected gift. A package with no card, no return address, just a note in spidery handwriting. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. Inside was a cloak of fluid, shimmering fabric that rippled like liquid mercury. Harry threw it over his shoulders and looked down. His body was gone. An invisibility cloak. His father's. Left in someone's possession, someone who wrote in that particular spidery hand, someone who had been holding it for 10 years and had chosen this moment to return it. Dumbledore. Harry examined the cloak carefully. It was more than fabric, it was magic, deep and ancient, the kind of enchantment that didn't degrade with time. Most invisibility cloaks, he'd read, faded after a few years. This one felt as powerful as the day it was made. Possibly more so. He also examined it for tracking charms, monitoring spells, or any other magical additions that might have been placed on it during its decade in Dumbledore's care. He found 2. A location trace, subtle, woven into the fabric at the molecular level. It would tell the caster, Dumbledore, presumably, roughly where the cloak was at any given time. And a compulsion charm, so faint it was barely detectable. Not a strong compulsion, not a command to do or feel anything specific. More of a nudge. A gentle push toward curiosity, toward exploration, toward sneaking out at night and discovering things. Like, say, a forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. Harry sat on his bed, holding the cloak, and thought about Albus Dumbledore. The man who had sealed his parents' will. Who had placed him with the Dursleys. Who had left a Horcrux in his head. Who was now giving him an invisibility cloak rigged with a location trace and a curiosity charm, on Christmas morning, wrapped in sentiment and fatherly generosity. Every gift a string. Every kindness a leash. Harry removed both charms. The location trace fought him, it was expertly placed, deeply embedded. But Ragnarok's ward-cutting techniques were designed for exactly this kind of work, and within 20 minutes, the cloak was clean. Truly invisible, with no one watching. He kept the cloak. It was his father's, and it was useful. But the note went into the fire. The rest of the holidays passed quickly. Neville and Harry trained daily in the room of requirement. Without Hermione's analytical voice to moderate, their sessions tended toward the physical, combat drills, reflexes, endurance. Neville was getting faster, stronger, more confident with every session. The castle was quiet with most students gone, and Harry used the empty corridors to explore, sometimes under the cloak, sometimes not. He mapped the castle's physical layout against the mental map he'd been building since September, noting secret passages, hidden rooms, the movement patterns of the ghosts and portraits. He also spent time in the library's restricted section, using the cloak. The books there were darker, stranger, more dangerous than the standard collection. He didn't stay long or take notes, too risky, but he read selectively, focusing on Horcrux-adjacent topics. Soul magic. Possession. The theoretical limits of dark enchantment. One book, Secrets of the Darkest Art, contained an entire chapter on Horcruxes. Harry read it in the restricted section by wandlight, standing between the shelves, the cloak pooled around his feet. The chapter confirmed much of what the goblins had told him and added details that turned his stomach. The murder required, the ritual, the physical mutilation of the soul. But it also contained something new, a passage on the destruction of Horcruxes. A Horcrux may be destroyed by any substance or force that is sufficiently destructive to render the vessel beyond magical repair. Known methods include fiend fire, cursed fire, basilisk venom, and the concentrated application of certain goblin-forged metals that have absorbed destructive properties. Basilisk venom. Goblin-forged metals that absorb destructive properties. Harry's hand drifted to his forearm, where the goblin knife sat in its sheath. Goblin silver, Ragnarok had said. It will absorb anything that makes it stronger. If the knife were exposed to basilisk venom. He filed that away. January arrived, and Hermione returned from her parents' house with a tan, skiing in France, she said, though she'd clearly spent most of the trip reading, A New Determination, and 3 notebooks full of research she'd conducted at Muggle libraries. Muggle libraries? Neville looked confused. Tom Riddle grew up in a Muggle orphanage, Hermione said, spreading her notes across their usual table in the room of requirement. Before Hogwarts, before magic, he was a Muggle child in the care system. I went looking for records. Harry leaned forward. What did you find? The orphanage was called Wolves. It was in London. Closed in 1970, but the records were archived with the local council. She pulled out a sheaf of photocopies. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Born December 31, 1926. Mother died in childbirth. Father unknown, or rather, the orphanage listed him as unknown, but we know from wizarding records that his father was Tom Riddle Sr., a Muggle from the village of Little Hangleton. Little Hangleton, Harry repeated. A small village in the English countryside. The Riddle family was wealthy, they owned the big house on the hill. Tom Riddle Sr. married Mara P. Gaunt, who came from a wizarding family, descendants of Salazar Slytherin, actually. The marriage didn't last. Riddle Sr. left when the love potion wore off, and Mara P. died giving birth to Tom Jr. at the orphanage. Love potion, Neville said quietly. She drugged him. Yes. It's horrible all around. But here's the important part. Hermione pulled out a map she'd drawn. Little Hangleton. The Gaunt family lived there, in a shack near the village. The Riddle family lived in the big house. Tom Riddle, Voldemort, went back to Little Hangleton in 1943, while he was still at Hogwarts. He murdered his father and grandparents. 3 murders, Harry said. Enough to make a Horcrux. Exactly. And the Gaunt shack is still standing, or it was, as of the last Muggle survey in 1989. If Voldemort hid a Horcrux in a location connected to his heritage, his Slytherin ancestry. The shack. Harry was already thinking 3 steps ahead. The Gaunt shack in Little Hangleton. The locket, maybe. Or the ring, the Gaunts had a family ring, didn't they? Hermione stared at him. How did you know about the ring? It was in the Gringotts files on the Gaunt family. A gold ring set with a black stone, supposedly a Gaunt heirloom passed down through generations. The goblins noted it as a known dark artifact of uncertain provenance. A ring would make sense as a Horcrux vessel, Hermione said slowly. An heirloom, connected to the Slytherin bloodline, hidden in the ancestral home. It fits his pattern, objects with personal significance, connected to magical heritage. I'll tell Griphook, Harry said. The goblins can investigate Little Hangleton. If the ring is there, they can extract and destroy it. He looked at Hermione, and something in his expression made her blink. This is incredible work, Hermione. The Muggle research angle, none of us thought of that. Not me, not the goblins. She flushed, but didn't deflect the compliment. I'm Muggle-born. I know how to use a library that doesn't have a restricted section. Don't underestimate that. It might be your greatest advantage. The letter to Griphook went out that night. The response came 3 days later. A goblin team was being dispatched to Little Hangleton immediately. February passed. March arrived with rain and mud and the growing tension of end-of-year exams that Harry found almost laughably low stakes compared to everything else. Quirrell was deteriorating rapidly. By March, the defense professor looked like a walking corpse, hollowed out, gray-skinned, his eyes darting constantly, the stutter now accompanied by genuine tremors. The wrongness from the turban had gone from a background hum to a roar, so loud in Harry's magical senses that he sometimes had to shield himself in Quirrell's presence just to concentrate. Whatever was living under that turban was preparing for something. Gathering strength. Getting ready to make its move. Snape sensed it too. He and Quirrell had a confrontation in mid-March that half the school overheard, Snape cornering Quirrell in the staff room, his voice a low, dangerous hiss, demanding to know where Quirrell's loyalties lay. Quirrell stammered and deflected and practically fled, and Snape watched him go with an expression of murderous frustration. Snape knows, Harry told Neville and Hermione. He doesn't know the details, but he knows Quirrell is compromised. Then why doesn't he do something? Neville asked. Because Dumbledore hasn't told him to. Snape is Dumbledore's man, completely, totally, to the exclusion of his own judgment. He won't act without orders, and Dumbledore hasn't given them. Which means Dumbledore is still waiting. Waiting for what? For the play to unfold the way he wrote it. Hermione shook her head. That's insane. There are children in this castle. Dumbledore doesn't think in terms of children. He thinks in terms of pieces on a board. Students, teachers, Dark Lords, they're all pieces. And he's been playing this game for so long that the pieces have stopped being people to him. Harry's voice was flat, factual. Not angry, he'd moved past anger into something colder and more useful. We're not going to wait for his play. We're going to write our own. The break came on a Thursday evening in late March. Harry was in the common room, ostensibly working on a charms essay, actually running through ward-breaking scenarios in his head, when his senses flared. Quirrell was on the move. Not his usual route, not the third-floor corridor, not the staff room, not his office. He was heading down. Deep. Toward the ground floor, toward the entrance hall, toward the trapdoor on the third floor. The corridor that was out of bounds. But he was approaching from below, from the dungeons, through a route that Harry had never detected him using before. Harry set down his quill. He's going for it. Neville and Hermione, who had been nearby, they always were, these days, the three of them orbiting each other like satellites, looked up immediately. They didn't ask what he meant. They didn't need to. Now. Hermione's voice was steady. Tonight? Now. Harry was already on his feet, reaching under his sleeve to check the goblin knife. His wand was in its holster on his right forearm, a goblin-made holster, spring-loaded, that put the holly wand in his hand in less than a second. We talked about this, Harry said. Neville, you go to McGonagall. Tell her Quirrell has gone after the stone. Tell her everything, the turban, the possession, Voldemort. She won't want to believe it, but she'll check. Make her check. What about Dumbledore? Dumbledore left the castle this afternoon. Ministry business, supposedly. Convenient timing. Harry's jaw tightened. This is the play. Dumbledore leaves, Quirrell moves, and whoever's supposed to play hero, me, presumably, is expected to stumble through the traps and confront Voldemort in some dramatic, formative, character-building crisis. But you're not going to stumble through them, Hermione said. No. I'm going to go straight through them. Fast, clean, no games. Hermione, I want you at the entrance to the third-floor corridor. If anyone comes, students, teachers, anyone, keep them out. Use the strongest wards you know. And you? I'm going to go have a conversation with Lord Voldemort. He said it the way someone else might say, I'm going to the shop. Casual, certain, utterly devoid of fear. Hermione and Neville looked at each other, then at Harry, and whatever they saw in his face settled the argument before it could start. Be careful, Neville said. Not as a worry but as a statement of confidence. Be careful because you're the best we've got and we need you to come back. Always. They split up. Neville ran for McGonagall's office. Hermione headed for the third-floor corridor, already running through ward configurations in her head. Harry moved fast and quiet through the castle, the cloak over his shoulders, invisible to everyone and everything except the portraits, who couldn't see through invisibility cloaks but could feel the displacement of air and the crackle of magic as Harry passed. He reached the third-floor corridor in under 3 minutes. The door was already open, Quirrell had gone through. A massive 3-headed dog was slumped against the wall, unconscious, a harp playing itself in the corner. The trapdoor in the floor was open. Harry dropped through. He fell into a mass of something soft and yielding, devil's snare, he recognized instantly, the plant already wrapping tendrils around his arms and legs. Most students would panic. Panic was what fed it. Incendio. A burst of conjured sunlight, not fire, Harry modified the spell on the fly, the way the goblin theory specialist had taught him. Devil's snare feared light, not heat, and sunlight was less likely to set the entire chamber ablaze. The plant recoiled, releasing him instantly, and he dropped through to the stone floor below. A chamber full of flying keys. A broomstick hovering in the center of the room, waiting to be mounted for a chase. The key to the door on the far side would be among them, old, large, probably silver, matching the lock. Harry didn't bother with the broomstick. Accio silver key. The key ripped itself from the swarm and flew into his hand. He unlocked the door and moved on. A giant chess set. Life-sized pieces, stone, clearly enchanted to play a game where the challenger had to win to pass. An elegant trap. Time-consuming, designed to slow an intruder down and test their strategic thinking. Harry studied the board for precisely 2 seconds. Then he raised his wand. Reducto. 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 3 blasting curses in rapid succession. The White King, Queen, and both rooks exploded into rubble. The remaining pieces, suddenly outnumbered and leaderless, stood motionless, unable to process what had happened. The door on the far side swung open. Harry stepped over the debris and kept moving. A dead troll, already unconscious, presumably Quirrell's handiwork on the way through. Harry passed it without slowing. A room of purple fire and a logic puzzle, 7 bottles, a riddle in verse, the correct potion granting passage through the flames. Hermione would have loved this one. Harry read the riddle, identified the correct bottle in about 10 seconds, the smallest one, on the right, drank it, and walked through the fire. The final chamber. It was large, vaulted, lit by torches that burned with a cold blue flame. In the center stood a mirror, an enormous, ornate, gold-framed mirror with an inscription carved around the top, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Harry read it backward without effort. I show not your face but your heart's desire. The Mirror of Erist. He'd read about it, a powerful enchanted object that showed the viewer their deepest, most desperate desire. Addictive, consuming, known to drive men mad if they stared too long. A cruel thing to put in a trap designed for a school. And standing before the mirror, his back to Harry, was Quirrell. No turban. The back of Quirrell's head was bare, and what lived there was visible, a face, pressed into the flesh of Quirrell's skull like a bas-relief carved in skin. Pale, flat-nosed, with slitted red eyes that burned in the blue torchlight. A face that was not quite human. A face that Harry had seen once before, in a swirl of black smoke above a stone chair in the depths of Gringotts, screaming as it was ripped from his skull. "Voldemort. I wondered when you'd arrive," Quirrell said. His voice was different without the stutter, smooth, cultured, cold. A mask removed. "I could feel you coming. Such a bright little flame." Harry stepped fully into the chamber. Cloak off, wand in hand, goblin knife against his forearm. "You've got something on the back of your head." Quirrell turned. His face was calm, composed, the nervous wreck of the past months shed like a snakeskin. But his eyes were someone else's, not the mild, watery eyes of a mediocre professor, but something harder, sharper, directed by the will that pressed against the back of his skull. "Harry Potter," said the face on the back of Quirrell's head. The voice was high, cold, and unmistakable. "At last." "Tom," Harry said. The red eyes narrowed. Quirrell flinched. "You dare, Tom Marvolo Riddle." Born December 31, 1926, Wool's Orphanage, London. Son of Tom Riddle Sr. and Mara P. Gaunt. Half-blood, raised among muggles, bullied the other orphans, stole their things, hung a rabbit from the rafters. Harry's voice was level, unhurried, conversational. "I know who you are. The real you. Not the Dark Lord persona you built to scare people. You." Silence. The blue flames flickered. "You have been busy," Voldemort said through Quirrell's mouth, and for the first time, there was something other than contempt in that high, cold voice. Interest. Perhaps even a sliver of respect. "Something you should know," Harry continued, still in that calm, measured tone. "The thing in my scar, the piece of your soul you left behind. It's gone. The goblins cut it out in July." Quirrell swayed. Voldemort's face contorted. "The diadem in the room of requirement? Also gone. Goblin fiend fire. Burned it out of existence." "You're lying, the ring in the Gaunt shack. The goblins picked it up 2 weeks ago. By now, it's probably ash." Voldemort screamed. Not through Quirrell, through the air. A psychic shriek of rage that shattered the torches, plunged the chamber into darkness, and hit Harry's occlumency shields like a battering ram. His shields held. The scream washed over them and broke, and Harry stood in the darkness with his wand raised and his pulse steady. Lumos Maxima. Light blazed from his wand, not the pale glow of a standard lumos but a searing, white gold radiance that filled the chamber from floor to ceiling. In the sudden brilliance, he saw Quirrell stagger, hands over his face, and the parasite on the back of his head writhing. 3 Horcruxes destroyed," Harry said. "We're coming for the rest. The cup, the locket, whatever else you've hidden. We will find them and we will burn them, and when the last one is gone, you will be mortal again. And then you will die." Quirrell's hands came down. His face had changed. Voldemort was in full control now, the professor's identity submerged, overwhelmed. The body moved with a predator's grace that Quirrell had never possessed, drawing a wand with a fluid, practiced motion. "Brave words for a child," Voldemort hissed. "Do you think knowledge alone will save you? I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. You've delayed it. There's a difference. And the delay is running out." Voldemort attacked. The curse was non-verbal, fast, a streak of sickly green light that Harry recognized instantly, the killing curse. No hesitation, no warning shot. Voldemort opened with the kill. Harry was already moving. He'd seen the wand arm tense, read the intent in Voldemort's borrowed eyes, and thrown himself sideways before the curse left the wand. The green light passed close enough to ruffle his hair and struck the mirror behind him with a sound like shattering ice. Harry rolled, came up on one knee, and fired back. Confringo. The blasting curse hit Quirrell's shield, because Voldemort had shielded, instantly, reflexively, the mark of someone who had fought 1,000 duels. The shield absorbed the blast, flickered, held. Another killing curse. Harry dodged again, lateral movement, low, using the chamber's pillars for cover. His mind was racing but clear, every sense razor-sharp, magic flowing through him in a torrent that made the air around him shimmer. He couldn't trade killing curses, he didn't know the spell and wouldn't use it if he did. But he didn't need to kill Voldemort's host. He needed to separate Voldemort from Quirrell, and then, his mother's protection. The thing that had saved him as a baby. The thing that, Ragnarok had told him, was stronger now without the Horcrux dampening it. Love magic, ancient and sacrificial, woven into his blood by his mother's death. Harry came out from behind the pillar and charged. Not away. Not to the side. Directly at Voldemort, straight on, wand blazing, firing a chain of spells, Stupefy, Reducto, Expelliarmus, Confringo, not to hit but to force Voldemort onto the defensive, to keep him shielding, to close the distance. Voldemort's shields were masterful. Each spell was deflected, absorbed, or batted aside with contemptuous efficiency. He was better than Harry, of course he was, he had 50 years of experience and a lifetime of dark magic. But he was also in a dying body, channeling his power through a host that was already crumbling, and Harry was fresh and young and burning with more raw magic than Voldemort had ever felt in an 11-year-old. Harry was 3 steps away when Voldemort realized what he was doing. And oh, Harry's hand closed around Quirrell's wrist. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. Where Harry's skin touched Quirrell's, the flesh began to burn, not with fire but with light. Golden light, pouring from the point of contact, eating through Quirrell's skin like acid. Quirrell screamed, his own scream this time, the real Quirrell, the man buried beneath Voldemort's will, shrieking in agony as his body was destroyed from the point of contact outward. Voldemort's face twisted with rage and pain. He tried to pull away, but Harry held on, both hands now, gripping Quirrell's arms, pouring his magic through the connection. His mother's protection flowed through him like a river, not his own spell, not his own power, but something older and deeper and more fundamental. Love as a weapon. Sacrifice as a shield. The most ancient magic in the world, given form and focus by an 11-year-old boy who had spent his entire life being told he was nothing and had decided, quite firmly, that he was not. Quirrell's body was crumbling. His skin turned gray, then ash-white, then began to flake away like paper in a furnace. He was screaming and the chamber was full of golden light and Harry's scar was blazing, not with pain, not anymore, but with power, with the residual channel left by the destroyed Horcrux, now repurposed, now carrying his mother's protection instead of Voldemort's darkness. Your anchors are breaking, Harry said, his voice carrying over the chaos with unnatural clarity. Your body is gone. Your Horcruxes are burning. You have nothing left, Tom. Nothing. I will not die. Quirrell's body collapsed. It didn't fall, it disintegrated, turning to ash and dust and a greasy, foul-smelling residue that coated the chamber floor. And from the ash, a wraith rose, black, formless, screaming, the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had been possessing Quirrell now exposed, homeless, raging against the dying of its own light. The wraith lunged at Harry. His mother's protection blazed. The wraith struck the golden light and burned, screaming, recoiling, unable to touch Harry, unable to possess him, unable to do anything except howl its fury at a boy it couldn't hurt. Get out of my school, Harry said. The wraith fled. Up, through the ceiling, through the stone, through the castle, tearing through wards and walls alike in its desperation to escape the light that burned it. Harry felt it go, felt it rip through the ancient protections of Hogwarts like a needle through cloth, felt the castle shudder and heal behind it, felt the wrongness recede and diminish and finally disappear. Gone. Harry stood in the ruined chamber, surrounded by ash and broken glass and the shattered remains of the mirror of Erist. His hands were blistered where they'd gripped Quirrell, raw, angry red, already healing as his magic poured into the damaged tissue. His scar was a thin white line on his forehead, barely visible. At his feet, in the dust of what had been Quirrell's robes, lay a small red stone. The Philosopher's Stone. Somehow liberated from the mirror during the fight, sitting in the wreckage like a drop of blood. Harry picked it up. It was warm. It hummed with a power that was different from anything he'd encountered, not dark, not light, just old. Immensely, impossibly old. He put it in his pocket. Then he turned and walked out of the chamber, through the purple fire, which had died, past the dead troll, through the ruined chess room, past the keys, still flying aimlessly, up through the devil's snare, which had regrown and tried to grab him and thought better of it when he raised his wand, and out through the trapdoor into the third-floor corridor. Hermione was there. Behind her ward line, wand raised, face tight with concentration. On the other side of the ward, McGonagall and Snape and Neville were standing in various states of alarm. Harry. Hermione dropped the wards and ran to him. She took in his appearance, the ash on his clothes, the fading blisters on his hands, the calm set of his face, and her eyes went wide. Is it, Quirrell's dead? Voldemort's wraith fled the castle. The stone is safe. He held up the red stone. I think Nicholas Flamel might want this back. McGonagall looked like she'd been hit with a bludger. Snape's face was completely blank, the absolute, total blankness of a man processing something that did not fit any existing model. Neville pushed past both professors and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Just that, a hand, solid and warm and real. Told you to be careful. I was careful. You're covered in someone's ashes. Carefully covered. That is not funny. It's a little funny. Behind them, the sound of running footsteps. Dumbledore rounded the corner at speed, robes flying, half-moon spectacles slightly askew, and stopped. He took in the scene. The open trapdoor. The ash on Harry's clothes. The stone in his hand. The 2 professors and 3 first-year students standing in a corridor that should have contained one of the most dangerous confrontations of the decade. Harry, Dumbledore said. His voice was quiet. Controlled. But something behind his eyes was very much not controlled. What happened? Harry looked at the headmaster of Hogwarts. The most powerful wizard in Britain. The man who had orchestrated this entire scenario, the bait, the trap, the carefully designed gauntlet of challenges, the absent headmaster who was supposed to arrive just in time to save the day or, failing that, to pick up the pieces. Harry was supposed to be a piece. A pawn, moved into danger, tested, traumatized, shaped by the experience into the weapon Dumbledore needed. Professor Quirrell was possessed by Lord Voldemort, Harry said. He went after the Philosopher's Stone tonight. I stopped him. Quirrell is dead. Voldemort's wraith has fled the castle. He held out the stone. I believe this belongs to your friend Mr. Flamel. Dumbledore took the stone. His hand, Harry noticed, was not entirely steady. Perhaps, Dumbledore said slowly, we should discuss this in my office. Yes, Harry said. We should. Tomorrow. When I've slept and you've had time to think about all the things you're going to want to lie to me about. He met Dumbledore's eyes, and this time he didn't bother with the mask. No wide-eyed first year. No grateful student. Just Harry, green-eyed and calm and burning with a quiet, implacable certainty. We'll talk tomorrow, Professor. And this time, we'll talk honestly. He turned and walked away, Neville and Hermione falling into step beside him, leaving Dumbledore standing in the corridor holding a stone that could make a man immortal and looking, for the first time in a very long time, like a man who did not know what to do next. Behind them, Snape watched Harry go with an expression that had evolved far beyond confusion into something that might, under extreme duress, have been called wonder. And McGonagall, who had taught at Hogwarts for decades and thought she had seen everything, whispered something under her breath that only Neville, walking closest, caught. Lily's boy, she murmured. Good God. That's Lily's boy. Chapter 5, the Alliance Harry slept for 14 hours. Not because he was exhausted, though he was, in a bone-deep way that went beyond physical tiredness. The fight with Quirrell had drained something fundamental, not his magical core but his reserves of adrenaline, of focus, of the sustained hypervigilance he'd been running on since September. His body, freed from the tension, simply shut down and repaired itself with the brutal efficiency of a system that had been recently liberated from a decade of parasitic suppression. He woke at noon on Friday to an empty dormitory. Sunlight poured through the windows in thick golden bars. Someone, Neville, probably, had drawn the curtains around his bed and left a glass of water and a chocolate frog on the nightstand. The chocolate frog was trying to escape. Harry caught it absently and bit off its head. He lay there for a few minutes, staring at the canopy, cataloguing his body. Hands healed, the blisters from touching Quirrell had faded to faint pink marks that would be gone by evening. Scar quiet, barely visible, a thin white thread across his forehead. Magical core humming steadily, full and strong, the deep river of his power flowing without turbulence. He felt good. He felt clean, in a way that had nothing to do with bathing and everything to do with the fact that the wrongness he'd been feeling since September, the creeping, oily presence of Voldemort wearing Quirrell like a suit, was gone from the castle. Hogwarts itself felt different. Lighter. As if the castle had been holding its breath all year and had finally exhaled. Harry got up, showered, dressed, and went downstairs. The common room was empty, classes were in session, but a plate of sandwiches and a pot of tea had been left on a table near the fire with a note in McGonagall's precise handwriting: "You are excused from classes today. Eat something. The headmaster expects you at 4 o'clock. M. McGonagall 4 o'clock. The same time as last time. Dumbledore and his lemon drops." Harry ate the sandwiches, drank the tea, and thought. The immediate threat was neutralized. Quirrell was dead, Voldemort's wraith had fled, the stone was secure. But the war hadn't ended, it had simply shifted phase. Voldemort was still out there, diminished, furious, and now aware that someone was actively hunting his Horcruxes. That made him dangerous in a new way. A cornered Voldemort, a desperate Voldemort, that was worse than a patient one. The Horcrux count stood at 3 destroyed, 3 to go, the diary, the cup, and the locket. Hermione's research had pointed to the Gaunt shack for the ring, and Griphook's last letter had confirmed the ring's destruction. The goblins were pursuing the cup through internal Gringotts records, cross-referencing vault holdings with known Death Eater families. The locket remained a mystery. And the diary was still out there, presumably in Lucius Malfoy's possession, a ticking time bomb waiting to be deployed. Harry needed to talk to Dumbledore. Not because he wanted to, and not because he trusted the man, he didn't, not yet, maybe not ever, but because Dumbledore possessed information that Harry needed. Decades of research into Voldemort. Knowledge of the prophecy that had started all of this. Understanding of the Dark Lord's psychology, his habits, his patterns. Harry intended to extract every piece of useful intelligence from Dumbledore's brain. And in return, he was going to give the old man something far more valuable than information. He was going to give him the truth. At 3:30, Neville and Hermione found him in the common room. Classes had ended early, apparently the entire school was buzzing with rumors about what had happened on the 3rd floor, and the professors had given up trying to maintain focus. Neville looked like he hadn't slept. Hermione looked like she'd been crying, recently and thoroughly, and was furious about it. "You're alive," she said, and it came out sharp and cracked and not at all like a statement of fact. "I'm alive. You fought Voldemort. Alone. In a basement. While we waited upstairs. That was the plan. The plan was stupid. The plan worked." Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, and then crossed the room in 4 quick strides and hugged him. Hard. Fierce. The kind of hug that communicated several hours of terrified waiting compressed into a single act of physical contact. Harry hugged her back. He wasn't great at hugs, 11 years with the Dursleys hadn't exactly provided a masterclass in physical affection, but he tried, and she seemed to appreciate the effort. Neville hovered nearby, and when Hermione released Harry, Neville gave a firm nod and clasped his shoulder. Their thing. Solid, brief, meaningful. So, Neville said. Dumbledore at 4. Dumbledore at 4. Do you know what you're going to say? I know what I want to achieve. The words will sort themselves out. Hermione wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, straightened her spine, and became Hermione again, the analytical engine, the problem solver. We should talk about what you tell him and what you don't. The Horcruxes, he may already know about them. If he suspected you had one in your scar, he's probably been researching the others. Almost certainly. Which means this conversation is a negotiation, not a revelation. He has information I need, and I have information he doesn't know I have. The question is how much we trade. They spent the next 30 minutes strategizing. By the end, they had a framework, what to reveal, what to hold back, what to demand in return. Harry committed it to memory, reinforced his occlumency shields, and at 5 minutes to 4, climbed the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle leaped aside without asking for a password. Expected. Harry knocked. Enter. The office looked the same as it had at Christmas, silver instruments whirring, portraits pretending to sleep, Fawkes the Phoenix on his golden perch. But Dumbledore did not look the same. The twinkle was gone. Completely gone, replaced by something older and more honest, a weariness that sat on the old man's shoulders like a physical weight. He was standing by the window, looking out over the grounds. He didn't turn immediately when Harry entered. He stood there, silhouetted against the grey Scottish sky, and Harry had the impression of a man who had spent the last 18 hours trying to construct a plan and failing. Harry. He turned. Thank you for coming. Please, sit. Harry sat. He didn't reach for the lemon drops. Neither did Dumbledore. The silence stretched for a long moment. Not uncomfortable, expectant. Two chess players studying the board before the first move. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. His fingers were steepled, his blue eyes steady behind their spectacles, and when he spoke, his voice was stripped of its usual theatrical warmth. I owe you several explanations, Dumbledore said. And an apology. I suspect I owe you more than that, but I would like to start with honesty, since you requested it. Harry said nothing. Waited. I knew about the Horcrux in your scar. The words landed in a quiet room like stones dropped into still water. I suspected it from the night your parents died, Dumbledore continued. The nature of the cursed scar, the residual dark magic I detected when I examined you, the connection I observed between you and Voldemort's wand, all of it pointed to a fragment of his soul having lodged in you. I confirmed my suspicion when you were 5 years old, during a visit to Privet Drive that you would not remember. I performed a diagnostic spell while you slept. And you left it there, Harry said. Not a question. I left it there. Dumbledore's voice didn't waver, but his hands, Harry noticed, had tightened against each other. I believed, I calculated, that the fragment would need to be destroyed for Voldemort to be rendered mortal, and that the only reliable way to destroy it was for Voldemort himself to cast the killing curse at you while the fragment still lived in your scar. The curse would destroy the Horcrux. And your mother's protection, anchored in your blood, would preserve your life. Harry stared at him. You planned for me to die. I planned for you to survive. The distinction matters. Does it? You planned for Voldemort to hit me with the killing curse. You were going to raise me, shape me, send me out like a lamb to slaughter, and hope that the magic worked out. You were gambling with my life on a theory. Yes, Dumbledore said simply. I was. Another silence. Longer this time. Heavier. The prophecy, Harry said. Dumbledore didn't flinch, but he went still in a way that told Harry he'd scored a hit. You know about the prophecy. I know it exists. The goblins found references to it in ministry records, a prophecy made by Sybil Trelawney, recorded in the Department of Mysteries, pertaining to the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. I don't know the exact wording. Dumbledore regarded him for a long moment, and Harry saw the calculation happening, the old man weighing whether to share this, how much to share, what advantage he would gain or lose. The instinct to control information was so deeply ingrained in Dumbledore that Harry could practically see him fighting it. Then Dumbledore did something unexpected. He sagged. Not dramatically, not theatrically, just a slight settling, a release of tension, the posture of a man who had decided, against every instinct, to stop playing the game. He recited the prophecy. The full text, unedited, word for word. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. Harry listened. The words settled into him like stones into a foundation, heavy, permanent, structurally significant. Born as the seventh month dies, he repeated. July. That's me. And Neville, he was born July 30th. It could have been either of you. Voldemort chose you, by attacking your family, by marking you with the scar. In doing so, he fulfilled the prophecy himself. He chose his own destroyer. The power the Dark Lord knows not, Harry said slowly. That's the love magic. My mother's sacrifice. That is my interpretation, yes. And either must die at the hand of the other. One of us has to kill the other. Yes. Harry sat with that. He turned it over, examined it from multiple angles, tested it against everything he knew. Then he set it aside. A prophecy was a prediction, not a command. It described what would happen, not what must be done. The future was not written, it was forged, moment by moment, by the choices of the people in it. All right, Harry said. Now tell me about the other Horcruxes. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You know about the others? I've destroyed 3 of them. The fragment in my scar, the diadem of Ravenclaw in the Room of Requirement, and the ring of the Gaunt family in Little Hangleton. Harry let each revelation land. The goblins handled the destruction. Fiend fire in a soul-binding crucible. Very thorough. The silence that followed was different from the previous ones. This was the silence of a man whose entire strategic framework had just been kicked out from under him. Dumbledore stared at Harry, and for the first time, there was nothing controlled about his expression. It was naked shock, overlaid with the dawning realization that the boy sitting across from him had accomplished in 9 months what Dumbledore had been planning to spend years doing. 3, Dumbledore whispered. 3. The diary is still out there, Malfoy has it, we think. The cup of Hufflepuff and the locket of Slytherin are unaccounted for. I believe there are 6 total, plus the main soul fragment in Voldemort himself. How, Dumbledore stopped. Collected himself. When he spoke again, his voice was carefully neutral. The goblins told you all of this? The goblins helped. So did my friends. I read, I researched, I connected the dots. It's not that complicated, Professor, once you stop treating the information as a secret that only one person is allowed to hold. The jab landed. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. I deserve that, he said quietly. Yes. You did. Another pause. Dumbledore removed his spectacles, polished them on his robe, replaced them. The gesture looked habitual, unconscious, the fidget of a man buying time to think. Harry, I must ask, the ring. The Gaunt ring. Did the goblins examine it thoroughly before destroying it? They sent me a full analysis. Why? The stone in the ring. The black stone. Did they identify it? Harry frowned. Griphook described it as a dark artifact of uncertain provenance. Connected to the Horcrux but not inherently dark on its own. What is it? Dumbledore's expression shifted into something complicated and private, a mix of longing and regret and something that looked almost like grief. It is the Resurrection Stone, he said. One of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Harry went very still. He'd read about the Deathly Hallows, the children's story, the tale of the 3 brothers, was in every magical nursery. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility. 3 objects, supposedly created by Death himself, that together made their possessor the Master of Death. A children's story. Fairy tales. Except his father's invisibility cloak, the one Dumbledore had returned to him at Christmas, was clearly no ordinary cloak. It had never faded, never degraded, worked perfectly after decades of use. And now a second hallow, disguised as a Horcrux setting. My cloak, Harry said. The invisibility cloak. That's one too. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Your family has held the cloak for generations. It is the genuine article, the third hallow. And the Elder Wand? Dumbledore's hand, very slightly, moved toward the wand on his desk. He caught himself. But Harry had seen it. You have it, Harry said. You won it from Grindelwald. I did. 2 hallows in 1 room. 3 if the stone hadn't been, Harry paused. The goblins didn't destroy the stone. They destroyed the Horcrux enchantment on the ring. The stone itself, if it's truly a hallow, it would survive fiendfire. Hallows can't be destroyed by normal means. Dumbledore leaned forward. You think the stone survived? I think I need to write to Griphook and ask. They looked at each other across the desk, and something had shifted between them. Not trust, that was too strong a word, too premature. But recognition. 2 people who were, despite everything, on the same side of a war, and who had just realized that cooperation might serve them better than the elaborate dance of manipulation and resistance they'd been performing all year. I've been a fool, Dumbledore said. The word seemed to cost him something. Not in my goals, Voldemort must be destroyed, and I believe I am correct about the Horcrux strategy. But in my methods. I treated you as a piece on a board. I withheld information, controlled your environment, manipulated your choices. I told myself it was for the greater good, that the stakes justified the means. And now? And now an 11-year-old boy has destroyed 3 Horcruxes, defeated a possessed professor in single combat, and is sitting across from me explaining things I spent decades trying to uncover on my own. Dumbledore's smile was thin and self-deprecating. I believe the universe is telling me something about the limits of unilateral action. The universe has been trying to tell you that for a while, Professor. You just weren't listening. No. I wasn't. He straightened in his chair. I would like to propose something, Harry. Not as headmaster to student. Not as mentor to protege. As one person fighting this war to another. I'm listening. A genuine partnership. Full transparency, everything I know about Voldemort, his history, his Horcruxes, his strategies, shared freely with you and your allies. In return, I ask only 2 things, that you extend me the same transparency, and that you allow me to help protect this school and its students while we finish this work. Harry studied the old man. The blue eyes were steady, clear, stripped of their usual performance. Dumbledore was, Harry realized, genuinely offering vulnerability, the one thing he never offered anyone. The admission that he couldn't do this alone, that his way had been wrong, that he needed help from a child. It was, Harry thought, either the bravest thing Dumbledore had ever done or the most sophisticated manipulation he'd ever attempted. Harry decided to treat it as genuine. Not because he was naive, but because the practical benefits of cooperation outweighed the risks, and because, underneath the calculation, underneath the strategic thinking, he wanted to believe that people could change. I have conditions, Harry said. Name them. First, no legitimacy. Not on me, not on my friends, not on any student in this school. If I catch you probing someone's mind without consent, this partnership ends." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Agreed. It was a deplorable habit. Second, the truth about my placement with the Dursleys. All of it. Why them, why the sealed will, why a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. Something crossed Dumbledore's face that looked like genuine pain. Your mother's sacrifice created a blood ward, a protection anchored in shared blood. As long as you lived with someone who shared Lily's blood, you were shielded from Voldemort and his followers. Petunia Dursley was the only living person who qualified. And the cupboard? The starvation? I did not know." Dumbledore's voice cracked. Actually cracked, the first time Harry had heard it happen. "I placed you there and I left you there and I did not check. I received reports from Arabella Figg, a squib who lived nearby, and the report said you were, not happy, but safe. I chose to accept that because the alternative, that I had condemned an orphan to abuse, was something I did not want to confront. That's not good enough." "No. It isn't." Silence again. The clock on Dumbledore's mantelpiece ticked. "Third condition," Harry said. "You share everything you know about the remaining Horcruxes. The diary, the cup, the locket. Locations, theories, leads, everything. I will share the same from the Goblin Intelligence Network." "Agreed. I have, in fact, made significant progress on the locket. I believe it was stolen from a cave where Voldemort hid it, stolen by someone who discovered its nature and attempted to destroy it independently." Harry leaned forward. "Stolen by whom?" "Regulus Arcturus Black. Sirius Black's younger brother. A Death Eater who turned against Voldemort in the late 1970s and disappeared. I believe he found the locket, replaced it with a fake, and attempted to destroy the original. Whether he succeeded, I do not know. But the locket would likely have been taken to the Black family home, Grimmauld Place, in London. Sirius Black. The name triggered a cascade of associations. He was my parents' best friend. Godfather. First on the custody list. He's in Azkaban for betraying them to Voldemort and killing Peter Pettigrew." Dumbledore's expression shifted. "That is what the official record states, yes." Something in his tone made Harry's senses sharpen. "You don't believe it?" "I have doubts. Doubts I never pursued, to my everlasting shame. Sirius was not given a trial, Harry. He was arrested and sent directly to Azkaban. No trial, no hearing, no defense. No trial." Harry's voice was flat. The most high-profile prisoner of the war, and no one bothered with a trial. Bartemius Crouch, the head of magical law enforcement at the time, was operating under wartime emergency powers. Many Death Eaters were imprisoned without trial. But in Sirius's case, the evidence seemed overwhelming. He was the Potter's secret keeper, and Peter Pettigrew was apparently killed in public, blown to pieces, with Sirius standing in the crater laughing. Apparently. Dumbledore met his eyes. "I should have questioned it. I should have demanded a trial. I did not. Another failure I must live with." Harry filed this away. Sirius Black. Godfather. Potentially innocent. Rotting in Azkaban for 12 years without a trial. Another thread to pull. Another wrong to investigate. Fourth condition, Harry said. And this one is non-negotiable. You bring Amelia Bones into this. The head of the DMLE. Not the full details, not the Horcruxes, not yet, but the broad strokes. Voldemort's return is imminent. The Ministry needs to be preparing, and Fudge won't do it on his own. Amelia is trustworthy, Dumbledore conceded. And formidable. But the Ministry is fragile. If word of Voldemort's continued existence reaches the public prematurely, then people will be scared. Good. Scared people prepare. Comfortable people die. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. You've spent years managing information, controlling narratives, deciding who gets to know what. That strategy failed. It failed because it left everyone, the Ministry, the public, the Order of the Phoenix, me, unprepared. I'm not asking you to take out an ad in the Daily Prophet. I'm asking you to trust one competent, powerful ally in the government with enough information to start building defenses. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Harry could see the struggle, the reflexive secrecy battling against the genuine desire to change that Dumbledore had expressed. Old habits fought like cornered animals. Agreed, Dumbledore said finally. I will contact Amelia this week. I'll contact her independently, through the goblins. Separate channels, shared information. That way neither of us controls the narrative. For the first time, something that looked almost like amusement crossed Dumbledore's face. You are, I must say, a remarkably effective negotiator for someone who was eating chocolate frogs 6 hours ago. I learned from the best. The goblins don't negotiate. They conduct warfare with contracts. Dumbledore almost smiled. Then the gravity returned. Harry, there is one more thing I must tell you. Something I should have told you long ago. Go on. The night Voldemort killed your parents, he came to Godric's Hollow based on information provided by a spy, the Potter's secret keeper. The identity of that spy is central to everything that followed. Sirius Black. Except you have doubts. My doubts center on Peter Pettigrew. He was the fourth member of your father's close circle at Hogwarts: James, Sirius, Remus Lupin, and Peter. All four were animagi, illegal, unregistered. James was a stag. Sirius was a large black dog. Peter was a rat. A rat. When Sirius supposedly killed Peter, the only remains found were a finger. A single finger, and a crater full of dead muggles. A man who can transform into a rat, Harry said slowly, could cut off his own finger, blow up the street to cover his escape, and disappear into the sewer system. That is precisely what I have begun to suspect. Then Pettigrew is alive. And if Pettigrew is alive, and he was the real secret keeper, then Sirius Black is innocent. The weight of that settled on Harry like a physical thing. His godfather. Innocent. 12 years in Azkaban, 12 years with the Dementors, the soul-draining prison guards, for a crime he didn't commit. Harry's magic surged. The silver instruments on Dumbledore's shelves rattled. Fawkes lifted his head and trilled a soft, calming note. We're going to fix this, Harry said, and his voice was controlled fire. We're going to find Pettigrew, prove Sirius's innocence, and get him out of Azkaban. That will require evidence. A confession, ideally, or the capture of Pettigrew himself. Then we capture him. A rat animagus, probably living as an actual rat somewhere. The goblins have tracking magic that can find a specific magical signature anywhere in Britain. If Pettigrew is alive and in his rat form, they can find him. You would involve the goblins in a wizarding legal matter. I would involve anyone and everyone necessary to free an innocent man from a prison full of soul-eating monsters. Harry leaned forward. This is what partnership looks like, Professor. I don't protect your comfort. I don't wait for the convenient moment. When something is wrong, we fix it. Now. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, measuring moment. And then, slowly, deliberately, he nodded. Now, he agreed. Harry left the office at 5:30. The conversation had lasted 90 minutes and had covered more ground than he'd expected. He walked through the castle corridors with his mind running at full capacity, processing, categorizing, planning. The deal was struck. Dumbledore would share his Horcrux intelligence, including the cave where the fake locket had been found, the likely location of the real locket at Grimmauld Place, and his research into the Cup of Hufflepuff, which he believed was stored in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. Harry would share the goblin intelligence in return and coordinate the destruction of remaining Horcruxes through the Gringotts network. They would work together on the Sirius Black situation, Dumbledore through political channels, Harry through the goblins. They would both contact Amelia Bones. And they would, tentatively and cautiously, trust each other. Harry found Neville and Hermione in the room of requirement, which had configured itself into their usual training space. They were sitting on conjured couches, not training, clearly waiting. "Well?" Hermione said. Harry sat down and told them everything. When he finished, Hermione was quiet for almost a full minute, a record for her. Then she said, "He actually admitted he was wrong." "He did. And you believe him?" "I believe he wants to change. Whether he actually can, whether the habits are too deep, the instinct to control too ingrained, I don't know. But I'd rather work with a Dumbledore who's trying to be honest than against one who's committed to deception." "And Sirius Black," Neville said. His voice was rough. "Your godfather. Innocent. Probably. We're going to get him out." "We are." Neville's jaw was tight. He was thinking about his own parents, Harry knew, Frank and Alice Longbottom, tortured into insanity, imprisoned in their own broken minds. Neville couldn't free his parents the way Harry might free Sirius. The injustice of that sat between them like a stone. "My parents fought beside yours," Neville said quietly. "In the Order. They were friends, your mum and mine. And after the war, nobody protected them. Nobody watched their backs. Bellatrix Lestrange walked into their house and," he stopped. His hands were clenched. Harry put a hand on Neville's shoulder. "We can't undo what happened to your parents. But we can make sure it never happens again. To anyone. We can build something, an alliance, a force, whatever you want to call it, that doesn't leave people unprotected." "I'm in," Neville said. "Whatever you need. I'm in." "Same," Hermione said. "Obviously." Harry looked at his two friends, Neville Longbottom, who had been told his entire life that he was less than enough and was in the process of proving every single one of those people wrong, and Hermione Granger, who had come into this world as an outsider and was rewriting its rules from the inside. These two. His people. His foundation. "There's something else," Harry said. "Something I've been thinking about since the fight with Quirrell." "You've been thinking since you regained consciousness 6 hours ago." "I think fast. The point is, what happened last night shouldn't have happened. Not the fight, the situation. A Dark Lord possessing a teacher in a school full of children for an entire year. A deadly artifact stored behind puzzles that 3 first-years could solve. A headmaster who left the building on the night the trap was sprung. This school, this ministry, this entire world, it's held together with tradition and wishful thinking and the assumption that powerful people will do the right thing. And they don't," Hermione said. "They don't. They do the convenient thing, or the familiar thing, or the thing that protects their position. The ministry ignored Voldemort's rise the first time until he was too powerful to stop. The schools don't teach real defense. The law enforcement is understaffed and politically compromised. The entire system is one crisis away from collapse. So what do you do about it?" Neville asked. "Start building something better. Right now, while we're still at Hogwarts, while the world still thinks I'm just a famous kid with a scar." Harry's eyes were bright, focused, the look of someone who had seen the architecture of a broken system and was already designing the replacement. "The goblins are part of it. Dumbledore, conditionally. Amelia Bones, if she's what the records say she is. And us. The 3 of us, and whoever else we can trust. A secret alliance," Hermione said. "Working outside the existing power structures. Not secret. Not exactly. More like, independent. We share information, we coordinate strategy, we build relationships across the boundaries that the wizarding world uses to keep people divided, purebloods and muggleborns, wizards and goblins, ministry and citizens. We create a network that isn't dependent on any single leader, so it can't be decapitated the way the Order was when Dumbledore was sidelined. Dumbledore just agreed to partner with you, Hermione pointed out. Now you're building something that doesn't need him. Dumbledore is 110 years old. He won't be here forever. And the next war, if it comes, when it comes, can't depend on one old man with a fancy wand and a god complex. Harry looked at them both. It has to depend on us. On a generation that does it differently. Neville was quiet for a long time. Then, Gran always says that after the First War, everyone went back to normal. Pretended it hadn't happened. Swept the Death Eaters under the rug, rebuilt the same systems, same prejudices, same weaknesses. And then Voldemort came back, and everyone was shocked. Shocked. As if they hadn't spent a decade ignoring every warning sign. We're not going to do that, Harry said. No, Neville agreed. We're not. They trained for 2 hours after that, not because they needed to, physically, but because the physical act of casting spells and raising shields and moving through combat drills was grounding. It turned abstract strategy into concrete action. It reminded them that they weren't just planners. They were fighters. Harry pushed them hard. Hermione's shield bypassing Stupefy was consistent now, reliable, and she was working on applying the same frequency shifting principle to other spells. Neville's environmental transfiguration had evolved. He could reshape a room on the fly, creating cover, traps, choke points, turning the practice space into a maze of obstacles that forced Harry to adapt constantly. Against both of them working together, Harry had to actually try. Not his full power, that would be unfair and also possibly dangerous, but genuine effort, real speed, actual strategic thinking. Neville anchored, Hermione flanked, and the two of them had developed an intuitive coordination that was becoming genuinely formidable. You two are getting scary, Harry told them after Hermione's modified Stupefy slipped through his shield and Neville's quicksand trap caught his ankle simultaneously. Good, Hermione said, helping him up. Scary is the point. The letter to Griphook went out that night, the longest Harry had ever written. It covered the Dumbledore meeting, the Horcrux intelligence exchange, the Sirius Black situation, and a request: could the Goblin Tracking Division locate a specific magical signature, a Ratanimagus named Peter Pettigrew, somewhere in Britain? Griphook's response arrived 2 days later. The formal tone couldn't quite disguise what Harry suspected was excitement. Mr. Potter, Director Ragnarok has personally authorized a priority tracking operation for the target you identified. The Animagus signature will be isolated and traced within a week. Regarding the Horcrux in the Lestrange Vault, internal review has confirmed the presence of a dark artifact matching the profile of a Horcrux. The artifact violates Gringotts Vault terms. The Director has invoked Article 17 of the Goblin Wizard Banking Compact, which permits Gringotts to seize and destroy any object in a client's vault that poses a threat to the integrity of the bank. The Lestrange family will not be consulted. Destruction is scheduled for Friday. Regarding the locket, we are coordinating with your other ally to access the Black family residence. Your owl is very insistent about being fed immediately upon delivery. We have complied. Griphook Harry read the letter 3 times, then put his head in his hands and laughed. The cup. They were going to destroy the cup. Article 17, the goblins had found a legal basis to access a Death Eater's vault and obliterate a Horcrux without asking anyone's permission. Bureaucracy as a weapon. Ragnarok would be proud. Ragnarok was probably already proud. 4 Horcruxes down after Friday. The diary and the locket remaining. 2 more anchors holding Voldemort to the world. The noose was tightening. Harry wrote back immediately, confirming, coordinating, adding a note about the locket's probable location at Grimmauld Place and the need to work with Dumbledore on access. He also added a personal postscript: tell the Director I'm shaking the pillars. He'll know what I mean. On Friday, a single-line message arrived via Goblin Courier: the cup is ash. 5 down, 2 to go. Harry told Neville and Hermione in the room of requirement. Hermione hugged him again. Neville punched the air. The diary, Harry said, forcing focus through the euphoria. That's the dangerous one. If Malfoy deploys it before we can intercept, I've been thinking about that, Hermione said. The diary is designed to possess its user, right? To feed on their life force and eventually manifest. That's what the goblins believe. Then it's most dangerous to someone who's vulnerable. Someone isolated, emotionally compromised, likely to write their secrets in a diary rather than talk to a real person. Hermione's expression was troubled. If Malfoy is planning to slip it to a Hogwarts student, he'll choose someone who fits that profile. A first year, maybe. Someone new, overwhelmed, without a strong support system. We need to watch for it, Neville said. Next year, when the new students come in, be vigilant. We will be. Harry's jaw was set. And the locket, Dumbledore says it's at Grimmauld Place. The Black family home. We need access, and the only person who can grant that is the head of the Black family. Sirius, Hermione said. Sirius. Who is currently in Azkaban. Harry paused. Which is why finding Pettigrew is critical. We prove Sirius's innocence, we get him out, he gives us access to Grimmauld Place, we get the locket, we destroy it. 6 Horcruxes down. Voldemort mortal. Then we kill Voldemort, Neville said quietly. Then we finish the war. The tracking report on Pettigrew arrived the following Tuesday. Harry opened it in the room of requirement with Neville and Hermione flanking him. The report was brief and devastating, Animaga's signature confirmed. Subject is alive and in rat form. Current location, the Burrow, Ottery St. Catchpole, Devon. The residence of the Weasley family. The subject appears to be living as a pet rat belonging to one of the household's children. Harry read it twice. Then he set it down, very carefully, and pressed his fingers to his temples. Scabbers, he said. What? Hermione frowned. Ron Weasley's rat. Scabbers. He's had it for years, it was his brother Percy's before that. An old, fat rat that's been living with the Weasley family for over a decade. Rats don't live that long, Hermione said instantly. No. They don't. Neville looked slightly ill. Peter Pettigrew has been living as the Weasley family's pet rat. For 12 years. In a house full of children. While Sirius Black rots in Azkaban for a murder Pettigrew faked. Harry's voice was very quiet, very controlled. The air in the room had gone heavy with ambient magic. Send this to Amelia Bones. Send it to Dumbledore. Send it to everyone. I want Pettigrew captured and I want Sirius free and I want it done before the end of term. Harry, he's been in Azkaban for 12 years, Neville. 12 years with Dementors. For something he didn't do. Every day we wait is another day he suffers. Hermione was already writing. 3 letters, Amelia Bones, Dumbledore, Griphook, each containing the tracking report, the evidence, and a formal request for action. She wrote with the speed and precision of someone who understood that bureaucratic momentum was its own kind of magic. The letters went out within the hour. The response was swift. Dumbledore moved first. Within 48 hours, he had contacted Amelia Bones directly, shared the tracking evidence, and secured an emergency warrant for the capture of Peter Pettigrew and the review of Sirius Black's case. Bones, to her credit, didn't waste time questioning the source. She sent a team of Aurors to the Burrow with orders to capture the rat alive and intact. The Weasleys were confused, distressed, and ultimately cooperative when 3 Aurors appeared on their doorstep at 6 in the morning and asked to see the family rat. Ron, Harry learned later, had been furious, convinced that someone was trying to steal his pet. Until the Aurors forced the transformation. Peter Pettigrew, fat and balding and very much alive, materialized on the Weasley kitchen table, squealing and trying to run. The Aurors stunned him, bound him, and transported him to the ministry. The trial, a real trial, in front of the full Wisengamot, was scheduled for the last week of June. Veritaserum would be administered. The truth would come out. Harry heard all of this through a combination of goblin intelligence, letters from Dumbledore, and an increasingly detailed correspondence with Amelia Bones, who had written to Harry directly after receiving his letter and had, to Harry's surprise and pleasure, treated him not as a child to be managed but as a source to be cultivated. Mr. Potter, her first letter read, "The information you provided regarding Peter Pettigrew has led to the most significant breakthrough in post-war justice in a decade. I do not know how you obtained this intelligence and I am not, at this time, asking. I am asking for your continued cooperation, your discretion, and your trust that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement will pursue this matter with the urgency it deserves. I am also asking, with great respect, how an 11-year-old managed to accomplish what my entire department could not. Yours, Amelia Bones." Harry wrote back, "Madam Bones, I asked the right people the right questions. Most problems in the wizarding world aren't caused by lack of ability. They're caused by lack of attention. No one looked for Pettigrew because everyone assumed he was dead. Assumption is the enemy of justice. As for my age, I've found that being underestimated is an extraordinary strategic advantage. I intend to continue enjoying it. Yours, Harry Potter." Bones's reply was 3 words, "I look forward to working with you." The end of term approached with a momentum that felt almost surreal. Exams came and went, Harry aced them, obviously, but so did Hermione, and Neville turned in a herbology practical that Professor Sprout described as, "the finest I've seen from a student at any level," and I include the NEWT students. The House Cup was won by Gryffindor, boosted by the avalanche of points Harry had earned throughout the year, and the castle filled with the giddy, weightless energy of summer approaching. Harry sat in the great hall at the end-of-year feast and looked around at the world he'd entered 9 months ago. The floating candles, the enchanted ceiling, the long tables full of children laughing and talking and being young. Neville beside him, arguing with Seamus about Quidditch. Hermione on his other side, reading a book about advanced transfiguration while eating pudding, which was a uniquely Hermione skill. At the staff table, Dumbledore caught his eye. The twinkle was back, but it was different now, warmer, more genuine, less performed. The old man raised his goblet in a slight, private toast. Harry returned it with a nod. Snape, at the far end of the table, was watching Harry with an expression that had evolved over the course of the year from simple hatred through confusion into something far more complicated. They hadn't spoken since the troll incident, not really. Snape's classes had been conducted with a rigid professionalism that replaced the open hostility of the first weeks. He still took points from Gryffindor, still favored Slytherin, still swept through the dungeons like a particularly elegant bat. But he'd stopped trying to bait Harry. Stopped looking for James Potter in Harry's face. Once, in late May, Harry had stayed after potions to ask a genuine question about the theoretical basis of Wolfsbane potion, not to score points, not to impress, but because he was actually curious. Snape had answered. Thoroughly, precisely, with the quiet passion of a man who loved his subject and rarely got to share that love. The conversation lasted 20 minutes. Neither of them mentioned it afterward. It was a start. On the last night before the train, Harry climbed to the astronomy tower alone. The night was clear, the sky a vast bowl of stars above the Scottish Highlands. Below, the lake gleamed silver under the moon. The castle hummed softly around him, its ancient magic settling into summer dormancy. He stood at the railing and thought about the year. Thought about what he'd been when he walked through the front doors in September, an 11-year-old with a freshly empty scar and a head full of goblin intelligence, burning with purpose and barely contained rage. Thought about what he was now, 9 months later, still 11, still angry, but tempered. Sharper. More certain of who he was and what he wanted. He'd destroyed 5 Horcruxes. Faced Voldemort and driven him out. Forged an alliance with the goblins, negotiated a partnership with Dumbledore, established a relationship with the head of magical law enforcement, and begun the process of freeing an innocent man from prison. He'd found 2 friends who would walk into the dark beside him without hesitation. Not bad for a first year. But the war wasn't over. Voldemort was still out there, a wraith, weakened, furious, with only 2 anchors left. The diary and the locket. Once those were gone, he would be mortal. Killable. And he knew it, which made him more dangerous than ever. The summer would be critical. Training with the goblins. Attending Pettigrew's trial. Finding the locket at Grimmauld Place. Watching for the diary. Preparing for whatever Voldemort's next move would be. Harry gripped the railing and looked out at the world spread beneath him, dark and vast and full of threats and possibilities. He was ready.